I have read SUPs for charter schools that says the TMP is required and the fine is $2,000, and I believe I was given the understanding that there is no mechanism in that there is no consequence for not paying that $2,000 fine.
Yeah, there's no
I think those are all code compliance city prosecutor questions, so basically it's just how do we enforce SUPs. It's written in the ordinance. It's usually the first part of the ordinance that says failure to comply is this, and then again it's a city prosecutor with code compliance, not enforcement, code compliance, and they have their own process. And I don't like, our decisions again are based on land use. We have a TMP in here. We know that if they are willingly and deliberately not complying with the conditions, there are other departments who are dealing with that.
But then isn't it not a land use decision if we have the mechanism to make them to comply and that mechanism is not being utilized? Then is it a good use of land to allow an offender to continuously reoffend and continuously cause disheartening conditions for the residents of this particular city? Isn't part of our job as land use?
I think, again, the fact that this is a temporary use and it has conditions into it, obviously we look at the land use and conditions and what are the conditions that need to be associated with this land use. As part as, again, it's kind of like the same violation. If they violate those, it's going to go to exactly what David was saying. We do our due diligence. We proactively send letters to let them know, and then the process is going to take its course. I would again caution us not to be punitive in the way we make land use decisions. If we need to add more conditions to ensure that the operation is smooth, that's fine.
I'm not saying, my question is, if we have the mechanisms in order to ensure that they are following in compliancy, and the mechanisms that we have we're not using, then is it a good use of land in order to continue to allow bad operators to operate badly, knowing that there's nothing that's going to happen to them because there is no follow-up and no procedures in order to get the behavior to change?
It is. That's what I'm trying to say. It's other departments. So the process basically is code compliance gets in, and then it kicks a different chapter of the code, and then that goes and triggers in some actions that are triggering some actions regarding the CO, and then it's a whole operation thing that is enforced by building inspection, code enforcement, community prosecutor. Is not a land use decision. And there are a lot of mechanisms, for instance, in Chapter 52 that say, okay, you can revoke OCO in this condition. So that's what I'm trying to say. Those are in place.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay, we'll keep moving. Thank you, gentlemen. We're ready for you. Let's keep moving. Case number 3. Salgair, good afternoon. Welcome to the Plan Commission.
Good afternoon.
One quick note for the record. Commissioner Hampton has a conflict on this item and has stepped out of the chamber.
Can we try again? Do you want to run it? It's in the 192 folder. It's in the 192 folder. I do, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I am very excited to stand before you and equally horrified. Also, it's important to note that my mom is watching today, so everyone needs to be very kind. Okay. This is case number 3, Z212-192. The application is for the renewal of SUP 2403 for the sale of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with a restaurant without drive-in or drive-through service on property zoned plan development number 859. With a D1 liquor control overlay and a historic overlay for Tract F within the Junius Heights Historic Overlay District. Property is located on the southeast line of Junius Street between North Henderson Avenue and the terminus of Dumas. The area of request is approximately 8/100ths of an acre, just under 3,500 square feet. I think I'm freezing up here. Okay. Okay, location, again, southeast line of Junius Street between North Henderson Avenue and the terminus of Dumas Street. It is in the area where Swiss Avenue, Junius Heights, and Munger Place Historic District all come together. Surrounding the site on all sides is a mix of single-family and small multifamily. There's a public park across Junius Street, actually at the median of Junius Street. Immediately adjacent to the area of request to the northeast is the surface parking that serves the commercial development. And in that commercial development to the southwest, there is a child care facility, office, which is actually, I believe, an eye doctor, and retail. Next slide. Zoning map. Okay, the area of request is Zone Plan Development District 859 with a D1 liquor control overlay, and it is in the Junius Heights Historic Overlay Tract F. The interior space is 1,776 square feet, and there is an 825 square foot outdoor patio that has an open trellis. currently being used for a restaurant without drive-in or drive-through service. The initial SUP for the sale of alcoholic beverages was approved January of 2021. At that time, City Council amended the zoning for the site from a D liquor control overlay to a D1 liquor control overlay, and also approved the SUP to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages. Staff had recommended at that point a 2-year time period, but the SUP was approved for 18 months and expires July 27th of this year. Proposed renewal conditions. There are no proposed changes to the existing conditions other than to amend the time period. Staff and applicant are in agreement at this point. It's an update from the case report that staff and applicant are in agreement for 2 years approval from the passage of the ordinance with eligibility for 1 additional automatic renewal period of 3 years. No changes to floor area, and then just standard language for SUP regarding maintenance and following the rules. Some photos of the site. Looking south from Junius Street. Looking southwest at the remainder of the commercial development. This is a shot from the adjacent parking lot, trying to catch the trellis in the rear of the restaurant. Looking down Junius, this is a view from North Henderson Avenue, looking towards the commercial development. Park across the street. And then some photographs of the surrounding uses. This is the adjacent parking lot that serves the commercial development. There's a garden at the rear of the adjacent parking lot, and then further to the small multifamily further down Junius, and continuing around Junius. Park across the street. Just some more views of the park. This is looking down North Henderson Avenue at the southwest end of the property towards some multifamily. Single family across North Henderson Avenue. And then just some more views around the park. You can just run through those. Go back one. This is actually a single family home that is immediately adjacent to the commercial development. I believe they kind of share a yard. And then looking up North Henderson Avenue from Worth Street. This is the existing site plan that is approved in PD 859 and is the approved SUP site plan. There are no changes proposed. And staff recommends a 2-year period with approval for a 2-year period with eligibility for automatic renewal for 1 additional 3-year period, subject to conditions. And so, I guess, how do I say that? We're recommending approval as briefed rather than as it's written in the case report.
Perfect. Thank you for the excellent briefing. Questions, commissioners? No questions for you?
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Give our regards to Mom. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Hampton is stepping in, and Commissioner Young is stepping out. Has a conflict on case number 4, Z212-142. And he is out of the chamber. Mr. Pepe, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Z212-142.
Mr. Pepe, I think we're just going to have to cut it off here, and we'll start back up with you on the other side. Sorry. I'm afraid we're going to push right into our limit. Commissioners, it is 1:45, and that concludes the briefing of the Dallas City Plan Commission. And we'll begin our hearing. Begin with a roll call. Ms. Pacina, please.
District 1.
She's here.
Okay. Commissioner Popkin.
Commissioner Popkin.
We're doing roll call. District 1. District 2.
District 2 present.
District 3 vacant. District 4.
Present.
District 5.
Present.
District 6.
Present.
District 7. Absent. District 8.
Present.
District 9.
District 9 is present.
District 10.
Present.
District 11. District 12.
Present.
District 13.
Present.
District 14. District 14. Commissioner Kingston, thank you. And place 15.
I'm here.
You have quorum.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday, June 16th, 2022, 1:47 p.m. Welcome to the Dallas City Plan Commission. As always, a couple of quick items before we get right into the docket. Our speaker guidelines. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes. Ms. Pacina will keep time, and we'll let you know when your time is up. I will ask you to please begin your comments with your name and address for the record. We will have some folks online, and I will ask all our folks online to also begin with your name and address, and to stay online in case there are questions for you. Per our rules, in cases that have opposition, the applicant will get a 2-minute rebuttal. For those of you here, at some point, please come down and fill out one of these little yellow sheets here. They're, I think, to the bottom right there in that little box there. We sure would love to have a record of your visit here with us. And with that, Commissioners, is Mr. Pepe still around? We're going to go ahead and brief it and then go back to the subdivision. Only briefing this case. Yeah.
Would you state again on the record that I'm absent because I was present for one?
I will do that. I know I didn't know. Which one? Okay, so we'll pull it off consent. This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then we'll begin with the subdivision docket then. And just for the record, Commissioner Young is here, and he is getting lots of exercise because he's coming in and out of the chamber. Commissioner Young, our planner, has stepped out for the moment, so we're just going to go ahead and get back in. Commissioner Young is in the chamber for the record. In Hampton. And Commissioners, for the record, we'll begin with the subdivision docket consent agenda items. Case numbers 1 and 9 have come off consent. Number 1, Commissioners Housewright and Hampton have a conflict and have stepped out of the chamber. In fact, actually, Commissioners, you won't have to step out, so that way you guys can vote on the consent agenda, and then we'll ask you to step out once we dispose of that particular case. So is it going to be Mr. Boardbar? Are you online, sir? We will take cases 2 through 8 and then 10 through 14. Again, cases numbers 1 and 9 have come off consent. And also, before Mr. Borbard reads those into the record, is there anyone here that would like to be heard on any of the consent agenda items on the subdivision docket, cases 1 through 15? Okay, Mr. Borbard, we're ready for you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Ms.
Thank you.
Shamila.
Mr. Resta, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. The consent agenda consists of 13 items. Item number 2 is 212-218. Item number 3 is 212-219. Item number 4 is 212-220. Item number 5 is 212-221. Item number 6 is 212-222. Item number 7 is 212-223. Item number 8 is 212-224. Item number 10 is 212-226. Item number 11 is 212-227. Item number 12 is 212-228. Item number 13 is 212-229. Item number 14 is 212-230. And item number 15 is 212-231. On item number 13 is 212-221. Condition number 34 need correction to read as a shared access area may serve no more than 18 dwelling units per shared access point. No more than 2 shared access points may serve a shared access development. And on condition number 40, on same item, the correct section code is section 51A-4.301A9. All the above cases have been posted for a hearing at this time, and staff recommendation is approval, subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Resta. Commissioners, any questions on cases 2 through 8 and 10 through 15? Any questions for staff? Commissioner Stanner, please.
I have a sort of question, not a question, but Mr. Resta, I just want to say to my fellow commissioners on this, that I went down to the plating office. I urge everyone to do this, and took a tour and saw everything they do, and went to the vault and saw how they used to do it by hand. And one of the things that was most fascinating, like in this motion, when you talk about compliance with conditions, when you go down there, you see the checklist of 35 conditions on every single plat that has to be met. And I just want to commend your office and your staff for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanner. Highly recommend that tour. It's been so long, I might just have to go through it again. Any other questions, Commissioners?
I second that.
Thank you. We'll go together. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Kingston, do you have a motion?
Yes. In items 2 through 8 and 10 through 15, I move that we close the public hearing and approve them as briefed and in compliance with the conditions as set forth in each item.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your motion, Commissioner Kingston, and Commissioner Rubin for your second. on items 2 through 8, 10 through 15, including the 2 corrections to number 13. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, now we'll go back to case number 1 and let the record reflect that Commissioner Housewright and Commissioner Hampton have a conflict on this item and are stepping out of the chamber. Ms. Shrestha.
And item number 1 is 212-217. It is an application to create one 4.731 acre lot from a tract of land in city blocks 7899 and 7900 on property located on Irving Boulevard, west of Manufacturing Street. These cases have been posted for a hearing, and staff recommendation is approval subject to compliance with the condition listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shrestha. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? This is case number 1, S212-217. Commissioners, questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the matter of case S212-217, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation for approval, subject to compliance with conditions as listed in the docket.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Commissioner Rubin for your second. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The record reflect that Commissioner Hampton and Commissioner Housewright are stepping back into the chamber, and commissioners will go back to case number 9.
Item number 9 is 212-225. It is an application to replat a 1.4205 acre tract of land containing all of lots 1A, 1B, 2, and 3 in city block 62/3043 to create one lot on property between 5th Street and 6th Street east of Ewing Avenue. Staff recommendation is approval subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and or as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shrestha. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? This is case number 9, page 4, S212225. Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Popkin.
I have a question as it relates to zoning and the MIH program. I noticed that this is zoned WMU 8.
Correct.
I guess my question is, this looks like MF2 property surrounding the area, and I know how MF2 can be used with MIH to gain 5 stories. WMU 8, does that allow up to 8 stories? Is that what we're looking at here? Is that what the zoning is in this area?
Yeah, it is zoned as PD 468, Subdistrict E, which refer back to farm-based zoning, which is walkable mixed-use 8. Is your question if WMU will allow 8-story building?
Yes, that was my question.
Actually, that would be question during the permitting, but I can quickly check if WMU 8 allows, I can check the height requirement for WMU 8.
Yeah, I'm just curious how this plays out in this specific neighborhood as lots are combined. What's the maximum development entitlements?
I have that answer. Not that I'm involved in this discussion at all. So WMU8 would allow a max height of 8 stories or 125 feet in height.
Thank you.
Okay, and so for these subdivision cases, we're looking at the lot dimensions and patterns in the surrounding area. Is that right?
It is a non-residential district.
So does that mean that it's not governed by 5.803?
I believe no, yeah, because Section 8.503 only is applicable for residential district.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a mixed use.
Thank you for helping me understand this, because I'm new to these replats, and I just want to make sure I'm analyzing them in the correct way, because this neighborhood has a lot of nuance in it. So what are we judging these replat cases by? Like, what are we looking at in the code to understand whether it's a good idea to be replatting in this area?
For staff to review, it's a non-residential district, so Section 8.503 doesn't apply. Basically, we'll just go through the PD requirements. If there's any kind of lot area requirement or any requirement that is applicable to platting. Combining everything into one lot, it does meet, for platting, it does meet PD 468 Subdistrict E zoning requirement.
Okay, I think that concludes my questions for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Popkin, do you have a motion?
I do. In the matter of S212-225, I make a motion that we approve as briefed.
Thank you, Commissioner Popkin, for your motion. Commissioner Rubin for your second. To close the public hearing, follow staff recommendation of approval, subject to compliance with conditions listed docket as briefed. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Commissioners, item number 16 will be tabled just for a moment. We'll come back to that. Takes us to our one miscellaneous item. And Ms. Carrasco. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. M212-031, an application for a minor amendment to an existing site plan for specific use permit number 2444 on property zone plan development district number 621, subdistrict 3, in an area generally on the southwest corner of Cole Street and Riverfront Boulevard. Staff recommendation is approval.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carrasco. Commissioners, we have 2 registered speakers on this item. Begin with Mr. Ganeri.
Hey, Chair Shadid. I believe Kevin and Tim are just online for questions. in case they have any.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, or is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions? Questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Carpenter, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the matter of case M212-031, I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Commissioner Rubin for your second to close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation for approval. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Go to our next case.
The next item is item number 22041500001. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness by Kimberly Goodwin of Accent Graphics for 45.5 square feet of illuminated attached signs at 1210 Botham John Boulevard, Suite 1118 on the southwest elevation. Both staff and SSDAC recommend approval.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Poole. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the first sign case ending in 0001? Anyone here in opposition? I don't think we have anyone signed up online. Questions for staff? Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
Thank you. In case number 220415001, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request per staff and SSDAC recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton. Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for your second to keep the public hearing, to close the public hearing and follow staff recommendation of approval. Any discussion? Commissioner Young.
Commissioner Hampton, just for clarification, that's with respect to sign A only. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, the next 4 cases will be held under advisement to July 7th. Let's go ahead and read them into the record.
Item number 22031400003, an application for a certificate of appropriateness by Gary McClemmy of Texas Sign Services for 965 square feet of illuminated attached signs at 2425 Canton Street on the northwest elevation. Both staff and SSDAC recommended approval. Item number 22031400004, an application for a certificate of appropriateness by Gary McClemmy of Texas Sign Services for 774 square feet of illuminated attached signs at 2425 Canton Street on the southeast elevation. Both staff and SSDAC recommended approval. Subject to conditions. Application number 22031400005, an application for a certificate of appropriateness by Gary McClemmy of Texas Sign Services for 421 square feet of illuminated attached signs at 2425 Canton Street on the northeast elevation. Staff and SSDAC recommended approval. And last is application number 22031400006, an application for a certificate of appropriateness by Gary McClemmy of Texas Sign Services for 179 square feet of illuminated attached signs at 2425 Canton Street on the southwest elevation. Staff and SSDAC recommended approval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poole, do we have any of our speakers online?
Gary McClemmy, the applicant, is online.
Okay, Mr. McClemmy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Please make sure that you have your camera on. We must be able to see you in order to hear from you.
Let me,
Yes, sir, we can see you now. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, I think they asked for, they're wanting to do something different on this for Simply Self Storage has intervened on it. They want to, I think they're going to get a lawyer to see what they can do.
Does that conclude your comments, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all I know of now.
Thank you for joining us. There may be questions for you. Please stand by.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any of our other speakers on this item online? No. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? Okay. Commissioners, questions for our speakers? Questions for staff? Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the following cases, 2203140003, 2203140004, 2303140005, 2203140006. I move to leave the public hearing open and hold these matters under advisement until July the 7th, 2022.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your motion, and Commissioner Rubin for your second to keep the public hearing open and hold the 4 items under advisement until July 7th. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, it is 2:12. Let's take a 15-minute break. It is 2:29 p.m. and we are back on the record. Mr. Poole, we on the record? We are on the record. Commissioners, we'll go right into our zoning cases. Begin with case number 1. And Mr. Aguilera, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the City Plan Commission. Item 1 is item Z212-185. It's an application for an MU3 mixed-use district on a property zone MC4, multiple commercial district on the north side of Vantage Point, west of Greenville Avenue. The staff recommendation is for approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilera. I see that the applicant is here. Good afternoon.
Now you can? Yeah. Good afternoon. Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B in Dallas. And I hear him representing the property owner in this. It is currently an extended stay America Hotel, and the new owner would like to transform it into an apartment project, market rate apartment project. It seems to make a lot of sense. We've spoken to several of the owners around us, and the transient nature of the current operation is a concern to them, and they would like to see people there for a longer period of time. The leases for the new places will be at least a year long. They're going to go through and totally revamp the site and put more landscaping in, secure it with a fence, but also redo all the units, put new appliances, and just totally do a total upgrade on this. I hope you can support it. It seems to make sense. We're asking for an MU3 because that's what's surrounding us, and it seems to make sense at this location given it's adjacent to the freeway and in very close proximity to a DART station. I hope you can support this, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for Mr. Baldwin? Questions for staff? No questions. Commissioner Houseright, do you have a motion, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I have a couple of comments, if I get a second. In the matter of Z212-185, I move we follow staff recommendation of approval and close the public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Houseright, for your motion. Commissioner Anderson for your second. Comments? Commissioner Houseright?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just pleased to support this case. I think it will provide more affordable housing options. It will provide higher quality housing options. It will provide a more stable resident community rather than a transient resident community. It will provide a more secure site and do all this in proximity to a DART station. So I think it's a big upgrade on this property in District 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Housewright. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. Case number 2.
Item 2, Z212-181 is an application for a renewal of a specific use permit number 918 for a private school and a daycare center on a property zone Plan Development District number 134 between Wayne Street and Parkview Avenue at the terminus of Gurley Avenue. The staff recommendation is approval for a 20-year period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 20-year periods subject to a traffic management plan and the staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilera. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Ford, 9034 San Leandro Drive, Dallas 75218. I'm the Executive Director at Lumen Education, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for joining us. Please stand by. There may be questions for you. Is Mr. Coker online? Mr. Coker? We can see you, sir. Good afternoon. You're okay. You're muted now, it seems like, Mr. Coker. If you could please begin again. Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
2 comments. The first one is that we generally accept and approve of the staff recommendation for the renewal of our SUP and the time frame. However, the second comment is that we think that the TMP requirement, while justifiable, is a little onerous for a private school on a every other year basis, and we would request that TMP be updated just with renewal of the SUP rather than every other year. Glad to answer any questions that the Commission might have.
Mr. Coker, could you clarify your request in regards to the TMP update?
We'd just like to have that done not every other year, but just at renewal of the SUP.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Commissioner Young?
In other words, every 20 years.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Terry.
If you determined a different interval, then we would of course respect that.
Okay, because if we do every 20 years, that means if a problem arises next year, we get to deal with it in 2042.
I think that you'll find that the residents would indicate that we've been very receptive to any concerns that are raised. But like I said, whatever interval that you feel would be appropriate would be appreciated. The purpose of our nonprofit is to serve children who come from low-income families, and so we look for ways to make sure our funds are channeled toward the education of the children.
Thank you. Commissioner Hampton?
Thank you. Either for Ms. Ford or for Mr. Coker, could you tell us how many existing classrooms are in use right now?
3.
In your site plan and the SUP conditions allow for 9. I think there's 8 actually identified. So if you had a change in what's identified in the SUP, you're aware that those revisions would come back to this body for an amendment. Is that correct?
Those revisions from what number?
There's 9 allowed, but there are 8 currently indicated on your site plan.
So if there was a change that would be more than 8, we would need to come back.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll make sure to do that.
Okay. And could you also, you may have heard there was conversation about how the existing drop-off on Wayne functions. Could you walk me through how that operates today?
I'd be glad to. The drop-off...
Or not Wayne, excuse me. I said Wayne, I meant Parkview.
Okay. I was just going to clarify that. So the drop-off, there are actually 2 U-shaped drives that are adjacent to each other. So so a car can pass through both of them at the same time if they have a child that's being dropped off at each of the 2 entrances. And There are staff at the drop-off point and at the pickup point each day.
Thank you. And one final question. I know we've received some community letters of support. You guys have a playground that's in the center of your campus. Is that open and available for community use?
Yes, in fact, we emphasize, we have a sign proclaiming that that residents are welcome, and we oftentimes have families there either picnicking or practicing for a quinceañera or playing soccer on weekends and in the evenings.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ford. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Black.
On your TMP, in your TMP, it shows that that parents or children will walk between cars in order to get on and off campus. Children must go between. It says children must go between vehicles. In the TMP itself, I think it's up to that.
So I'm picturing that must be between parked vehicles. Does that sound consistent with what you're hearing?
I'm reading it off the TMP. I don't have a visual, so.
Okay, I would be glad to paint a picture for you. The school is in a collection of frame homes, and those frame homes, there was a street that passed through those homes, and a couple decades ago, the city council was kind enough to allow us to close that street, so now that's become a big green space. But at each end of the green space, there is a parking area to make sure that we have enough off-street parking. And so there is a path that you can get to the school without going through the parking lot, but oftentimes families do go through the parking lot.
So you're saying that there is no off-street drop-offs? There's no dropping off the kids on the service street?
The only time that there would be drop-offs that are not through the U-shaped drive would be for before-school care or after-school care, and that's on the other side of the campus, on the Wayne Street campus, Wayne Street side.
So when these children are either dropped off or picked up, they do have to walk between parked cars in order to get to the parent's car?
In the before-school care and after-school care, the parent actually escorts the child to the door. And so there's never an unescorted child walking between cars.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue? So when it comes down to your TMP renewal, you guys have not done a TMP before, correct?
That's correct.
So this is your first TMP.
Is that correct, Mike? You may have better information than I do about that. I
I
know
think
we've
we
done
have one.
traffic studies before. I think you might be on mute.
Mr. Croker, you're muted.
How's that now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
You
can
hear?
hear you.
Okay. We had a TMP done by DeSaggio Associates back in 2014, which was the foundation for the one that you're reviewing today.
So there has not been any TMP since that original one in 2014?
Correct.
And you're asking that the TMP not be done every other year, but for a leniency to be done, so it's only when you are doing a renewal of your SUP, and you're asking for a SUP renewal for every 20 years. Is that correct?
Well, that was what I said, but the executive director who's standing there in front of you said that any interval that is more than every other year and less than 20 would be acceptable.
Commissioner, I agree that 20 years is too long, and we would be more than glad to accept a 5-year study or whatever the commissioners think is appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young.
Yes, I'm looking at the TMP, and it shows a queuing area on Parkview Avenue. Are you telling us that there are not, in fact, children that are dropped off on Parkview Avenue, that all the drop-offs on that side of the campus are within the U-shaped driveway?
That's correct. And then there's a path that does not go through cars to get from the U-shaped drive to the classroom.
Well, it may be appropriate then to ask that the TMP be amended to eliminate the queuing line along.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the number of classrooms that you have currently, I'll move over on your right side, ma'am.
Well, thank you.
It's okay. With the number of classrooms that you have currently and the number that you're allowed at 8, at what rate of expansion do you anticipate moving into those other classrooms?
Well, actually, those classrooms are used currently for a library and for before and after school care, so we are not anticipating expansion.
So in terms of your overall enrollment, about how many students in excess of what you have now would we anticipate? And I'm asking this in the lane of trying to determine at what intervals would changes happen on your campus to begin to kind of evaluate when a traffic management plan should be re-evaluated.
I see. So the plan, and I failed to mention, the other classroom space that's used is used for our home visiting program, where we have full-time home visitors who leave the campus and go off-site to provide parent education program to parents. So that's not people coming on and parking, it's people leaving to park. But essentially, to answer your question, there is not an expansion planned on that campus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanner, please.
Me? Oh, sorry. Two questions, because I hear you. I can hear from what you're saying that you really operate as a true nonprofit and serving the community, which is to be commended. Two questions. Who, because you took, my understanding and from what I heard is you took the 2014, the only real traffic management plan by an engineer you ever had. Who prepared this one? Someone on your staff utilizing that?
Mike, I'm going to look to you for help in answering that question.
And I don't mean the name. I meant, was he in the capacity of something at the school?
No, it was prepared by the Michael R. Coker Company using the template that was prepared by the Sejo Associate Company in 2014. So it was the Michael R. Coker Company that prepared the current TMP.
Okay, can you repeat what he said?
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understood you to say is that it was the Mike Coker Company, meaning your company, that prepared the current traffic plan. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So, and I understand it is a financial burden because these TMPs are very expensive. What would you consider reasonable for your resources? Because we obviously can't wait 20 years. That would be, because if there are issues, we have no way to assess them. So what would your thinking be?
I would suggest 5 years if the council thinks that that's appropriate.
And would you think that you could have the resources or raise the funds for the resources to be able to have sort of, I guess we'll call it official TMP?
Thank you for asking. We will do whatever it takes to raise the resources to make that happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Blair.
So, Mr. Coker, are you a licensed engineer?
No, ma'am, I'm a planner.
I'm sorry?
No, ma'am, I'm a planner, not an engineer.
So what would it take in order to have an official TMP that's done by an engineer prepared before you come before the board, this particular body, for approval?
Could I suggest that that seems to be a very logical recommendation, since our last engineered TMP was 2014. It would be appropriate for us to do one now before the council votes on this, and then again in 5 years if you think that's appropriate.
We're commissioners. This is a commission, not council.
No, ma'am, I meant if we would do the TMP engineered study before we go, before this zoning case is heard by the city council. Is that clear?
We got you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Questions for staff? Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, does our code require an applicant to submit a TMP that is stamped and signed by an engineer?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sorry, I had a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, but no, not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff.
Please, Commissioner Blair.
So if our code does not require a engineer offered TMP before it comes before this particular body, what precedent started what was the precedent? What was the occurrence that set the precedent that we see licensed engineered or TMPs by licensed engineer before it comes before this body for approval?
I would give my default answer. Each zoning case it's individual. We don't talk on precedents here. If our city engineer agreed with the traffic management plan and everything was checked out, I think we're fine.
And I might add that this is the TMP language that includes a licensed engineer. That's the city attorney's office standard language that we include. So, and I don't know where that came from, but that's our language that we include in PDs with TMPs or SCPs with TMPs.
Would you like Mr. Navarez to take a crack at that? Mr. Navarez?
I think I have an answer for the question on the precedent. I think that we also need to keep in mind that a traffic management plan is a title for a traffic study. And for that matter, almost every zoning case has a traffic study associated with it as part of the application. You check the box whether or not one is needed or not. And therefore, in fact, every zoning case is associated with whether or not a traffic study is needed. And then if a traffic study is needed, then what type of study is it needed? And some schools require multiple types, traffic management plan being one of them, which is the evaluations of how traffic operates. Another might be because sight distance is an issue and coming in and out of a driveway is considered unsafe, and therefore we need a sight distance evaluation. That by itself is a traffic impact analysis, which will need traffic counts. And so a traffic management plan is no different than any other traffic study, and for which a professional is needed. Whether or not that professional needs to be a registered professional engineer has been a discretionary call. From staff's perspective, we would rather have the same requirement for every applicant and remove any subjectivity from our extent, and meaning we want to make sure that every applicant knows that a seal is needed on their review of their traffic studies. But we appreciate having the ability to provide leniency to smaller schools that are located in neighborhoods where the safety issue becomes more of a operational and making sure that the residential neighbors can coexist with the school traffic during peak hours. I hope I'm answering your question, because a traffic engineer is needed for traffic studies unless it isn't. I think that's the best way to answer that.
Any other questions, Commissioners, for staff? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number Z212-180, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request per staff recommended conditions as briefed with the following conditions. Time limit of 5 years without automatic renewal. And I have brief comments, 5 a second.
Thank you for your second, Commissioner Carpenter. Comments, Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as we've heard and the commission received the letters that were circulated, that this is a long-term neighbor and has considerable community support. And while there is strong support, I also recognize that the SUP provisions that we have in our code require us to consider compatibility. And in light of the comments that I have received from some of the community members, I think having the TMP as a part of the conditions is an important consideration to ensure that compatibility. We've heard Ms. Ford, and I asked her a question about it. She immediately was able to give me the community reference name, was going to follow up. I think that there is a good dialogue between the school and the community, and while it may be a private school and there are other considerations that folks may have, they are committed to being a good neighbor and being a good community resource, and I hope that my fellow commissioners will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Young.
Yes, I have a couple of friendly amendments to offer. The first would be to delete from the traffic management plan the queue on Parkview Avenue, not the queue adjacent to it within the U-shaped area, but the queue on Parkview Avenue. The other friendly amendment would be to delete the sentence from Note 1 that says the school administration should adhere to this TMP. Elsewhere in the TMP it says the school will adhere to it, and I think saying it should adhere to it adds some wiggle room that really shouldn't be there.
I have no exception to those amendments.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, and thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Stanner.
Yes. Could I get a clarification from Commissioner Hampton on her motion, just so that I understand it? That you're saying you want the renewal of the SUP to be 5 years. Is that correct? What are you saying?
No, to clarify, the conditions that are in the SUP state that the TMP will be every odd-numbered years beginning in November of 2023, which, as we heard in our briefing, it'll be every 2 years. So it's a 5-year SUP renewal with the TMP required every 2 years.
Okay, so we've gone from the 20-year to the 5-year, but keeping the 2-year TMP.
And also no automatic, no auto renewal, just a 5-year. Yeah, this is a 5-year SUP. Commissioner Stanner.
Well, I don't know. I've never done this before. Can I have I hope it's a friendly amendment, not an unfriendly one, about saying, well, now if we've reduced it to 5 years, of making the TMP at 5 years.
Would she accept that? Okay. Commissioner Hampton, that was subject to a 2MP and staff recommended conditions.
Correct, with the 2 corrections within the traffic report in our docket to delete the queue on Parkview Street and to delete Note 1.
The 2 friendly amendments.
Second sentence of Note 1.
Yes. Will.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And it's, sorry,
please.
Staff's recommended conditions as briefed, correct? Great.
All right.
Would you like me to restate that, Mr. Chair, or do you have it?
We got it. Oh, yes. Actually, yes. She's ready for you. One more time, please.
In case number Z212-181, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request per staff recommended conditions as briefed with the following conditions. Time limit of 5 years without automatic renewals, and within the TMP to delete the queue on Parkview Street and to delete the second sentence in Note 1 within the TMP.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Hampton and Commissioner Carpenter for the second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any other comments? Please, Commissioner Anderson.
One area of clarification. Well, I just lost my train of thought. So if it comes back,
I will fill in the gap there. Commissioner Hampton, could it possibly be the idea of having just a 5-year with no auto, that we go through the process 5 years later and we reset, and then at that point look at putting in an automatic renewal, readdressing this at that point 5 years from now? Could be possible, right? We realign things 5 years from now.
Sorry. Yes, I'm following your train of thought. Yes, I agree. Once essentially we have the system in order, everyone has a good understanding of how the operations are working, and at that time, it may be appropriate to then consider an extended period or an automatic renewal. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes. Will that TMP, as clarification, be required to be an engineered stamped document? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Housewright.
I support the amendments to the language about the traffic management plans. I'm struggling with the no automatic renewal on an institution that has operated successfully in this neighborhood with no real opposition from the residents. It seems a little, maybe a little harsh in this instance.
I share your discomfort, Commissioner Housewright, and therefore I will be supporting the motion, but I'm hoping that 5 years from now, and I think I'm not speaking for Commissioner Hampton, but I kind of see this as realigning the application and the applicant, and 5 years from now, we look to maybe putting in a procedure that has automatic renewals, or the folks that come in after us. Any other comments, Commissioners? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? One in opposition. Commissioner Housewright. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Aguilera.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Hampton has a conflict on this item and has stepped out of the chamber.
Case number 3, Z212-192, an application for the renewal of specific use permit number 2403 for the sale of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with a restaurant without drive-in or drive-through service on property zone Plan Development District number 859 with a D1 liquor control overlay and an H/128 historic overlay, Tract F within the Junius Heights Historic Overlay District on the southeast line of Junius Street between North Henderson Avenue and the terminus of Dumas Street. Staff recommendation: approval for a 2-year period with eligibility for automatic renewal for 1 additional 3-year period subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? This is case number 3, top of page 8, Z212-192. Yes, sir. Come down. Please begin your comments with your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mark Wooten, 612 North Henderson. I share a fence with the restaurant. I'm also the GM and chef over there. My dad started it in 2002. Just wanted to point out, the last time we were here, we had 9 speakers in approval of this and a couple against. I think we have 0 opposition this time around, and not only that, one of those speakers that showed up in opposition last time sent an email in support this time. So I think we've proven that we can be trusted and we can be good neighbors. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please stand by. There may be questions for you. Anyone else that would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for our speaker? Questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Kingston, do you have a motion?
I do. In the matter of Z212-192, I move that we close the public hearing and approve, and move for approval with conditions with the following change. I would change the SUP term to 5 years with no automatic renewal. And I have comments if I have a second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, Commissioner Blair had already seconded. Thank you, Commissioner Kingston, for your motion. Commissioner Blair for your second. Comments, Commissioner Kingston.
Thank you. The process of this operator obtaining the ability to sell beer and wine was a long one that the community long considered. And I have personally been to this establishment a number of times. It's sort of the backbone of this community. People hold not just weddings and other events there, but they host all kinds of community activities like neighborhood meetings or political events, debates, and they generally do so without charging anything for it. And so they have demonstrated, in my mind, what it means to be an ideal operator in a space like this, in a community like this. And just for an example, when Uri hit, they didn't hesitate to open their doors to people in the community that did not have heat, because they did. And they set up free coffee and hot tea and invited people to come charge their devices, get out of the cold. And they spent 4 days cooking meals for people in the community that didn't have the ability to cook. And they didn't charge for any of that. And so when I look at how this operator conducts itself, the lack of opposition, and in fact, I received an email from the guy who owns the house next door who adamantly opposed this 2 years ago, and he writes in support of it and has glowing recommendations. So I would extend the SUP period for 5 years. They do represent a cost in time and money for applicants, and while I usually don't support SUPs for that long, in this instance with this operator who owns the building and has owned the building for 30 years, has operated this restaurant for 10 years, I think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanner.
Am I allowed to ask the name of this establishment?
It's Garden Cafe.
What?
Garden Cafe.
Garden Cafe.
Get the meatloaf.
Vice Chair Rubin.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to support the application here. I think Garden Cafe is an amazing institution in the community. I wish more neighborhoods in Dallas had institutions like Garden Cafe that provided, meals and places to, have a glass of beer or wine in a walkable setting like Junius Heights has. So happy to support the motion and hope that good things continue.
I will also be supporting the motion for all the reasons mentioned by Commissioner Kingston. This was at one point kind of a tough case. I know you remember, although I think many of us saw the potential here. You have a track record, and I'm very, very pleased that you're back here with no opposition. Look forward to seeing you again 5 years from now. I will be far away from here, though, at that time. Commissioners, in the matter of Z212-192, we have a motion by Commissioner Kingston, second by Commissioner Blair, to close the public hearing and approve the SUP for a 5-year period, no auto. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Hampton is stepping in and Commissioner Young has a conflict on item number 4, Z212-142. Mr. Pepe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think I need to brief this one now, if we may. Sorry, just getting a handle on this remote. All right. This is Z212-142. It's an application for a specific use permit for an open enrollment charter school on property zone CR Community Retail on the north corner of Lancaster Road and East Keast Boulevard. It's 9.89 acres. And you can see it here off of Lancaster. Here's our aerial map of the property as it's built out now. It's the existing Lancaster Keys Shopping Center. The applicant occupies a number of suites within it. So to the north there is single family. To the east there's a parking lot, more single family, and the rest of the large shopping center. Dart Station is directly to the south. The Lancaster Station, along Lancaster. And there are restaurants and retail that are to the southwest, some undeveloped land, as well as a general merchandise or food store. It's a grocery store to the directly west of the site. Come on. Thank you. The area of request is currently developed as an open enrollment charter school and a shopping center. However, a whole new SUP is necessary because the previous SUP expired on June 26, 2021. The applicant is proposing to continue the existing use of an open enrollment charter school, serving high school students, 33 total classrooms. The last granted SUP that did expire, now they're seeking the new SUP with an amended site plan, increasing the floor area from 28,650 square feet to 42,650 square feet, with 15 new classrooms within the existing shopping center structure, totaling 33 high school classrooms. This is the site plan of the property as it exists. They're making no structural changes to the property or the school or the shopping center structure, but it does reflect the additional classrooms from the previous approval, that were not existing in the previous approval that are now in the suites of the shopping center. And so this is the entrance to the school on site. We're going to be, most of the it's a really large site, so most of the photos are going to be within the site pretty deeply to show the school area itself. It's the entrance generally. It's looking southeast towards the Lancaster Road. This is looking east through the parking lot in the rear of the shopping center. Then looking back into the parking lot of the grocery store. This is the back gate through the school area. It's the adjacent homes that front to the shopping center. And further west, this is some of the parking and queue area for the existing school. That's at the reverse angle of that parking and queue area that's right at the entrance of the school. So now I believe this set of images is from the rear of the shopping center. So they're kind of looking at the suites occupied by the school dead on. So when you go to the rear of the shopping center, you actually go down a grade, you go down a floor. So that's kind of what we're on. We're looking at a two-story building now. But that's the school as it's operating behind, and that's some more of it. So they generally, on the site plan, occupy the suites you're looking at on the right, the ground floor and the floor above, and Keast Road, and that's more of that area. And then that's looking east through the parking lot towards the post office and single-family area. That's looking southeast at the rest of the shopping center. If you're familiar, Keast Road runs right through the shopping center, kind of over it, so we're under that right now, but that's the adjacent property of the rest of the shopping center. And that's the parking lot of the southern half of the center. And so the conditions are as follows. They're pretty standard for a school, but we do make the recommendation of approval for a 5-year period without the automatic renewals, whereas the request at this time is 5 years with auto renewal. And they are proposing 33 total classrooms that are limited to the high school grades, and the drop-off to be limited to the area of the site plan, and those are the hours of operation. And finally, they will be tied to a traffic management plan, and that is laid out here. And so staff recommendation is approval for a 5-year period subject to a site plan, traffic management plan, and staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Pepe. Questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Statter.
Yes. Did you have a picture of the school itself or just the areas around it?
Several of those. Yeah, several of those are the school itself. It operates in the shopping center, so most of the pictures of the building itself were shot at the school itself. I didn't go to take pictures of the other suites, but most of what the structure, the 1-story and the 2-story structure that you were looking at was the school. It operates in the shopping center.
It was just hard for me to get a picture of that. And then the other question is this. Because I noticed they're almost doubling their square footage. Is it because there was existing non-used space in the shopping center to be able to take that over? Is that kind of the way this happened?
They can clarify that for you, but that's how I understand it to be, that there's a few suites in the shopping center, and so they converted them to classrooms, or they would be able to do that through this.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
You know I have questions. Mr. Pepe, so are you, do you know, you didn't take any shots of the surrounding neighboring vicinities, correct?
I didn't cross the fences into the single-family areas.
No, I'm have more interest on Lancaster opposed to the single family, because it's in the shopping center and there's a great delineation between the shopping center and the single family. It's not easy to access the single family from this particular shopping center. Quite familiar with this area.
Sure. I didn't take pictures at Lancaster, so I did focus on the area of request, because the area of request is limited because of the site plan, and it's a very spread out shopping center, so I didn't go to I went there, but I didn't go and take pictures of Lancaster Road because I consider them farther from the area of request. But if there's something I can clarify for anyone, I would do that.
Well, no, I needed that because the questions I have, it will be for the applicant as far as the part of the traffic management portion, are they, okay, this is just for high school, correct? And they are increasing their footprint from
18 to 33.
18 rooms to 33 rooms. And when was their TMP? When did their TMP expire?
Well, the previous SUP expired last June. Yes.
And at that particular time, they only had 18 rooms?
That's how I understand it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Popkin.
I've got a follow-up question on that. I'm curious, if the SUP expired last June, we're a year later, what have those students been doing for the last year?
As I understand it, it's been in operations since. The applicant can clarify on that, but when I went, it's in operation. So they might be outside of the bounds of the SUP expiration, and without, I don't know too much detail, but I do understand that they've been in process with code compliance, and it's sort of hurried this process along. But the school's been operating.
Commissioner Kingston.
Okay, I have two questions now. So I'm understanding that this applicant has operated for a year without an SUP and now wants to double its operations. Is that correct?
They're adding 15 rooms, yeah.
Okay. Roughly double. You just said something about code compliance. Are there code compliance issues?
As I understand it, it's not something I took into account, but I understand that there's proceedings with code compliance, and they might be able to answer that for you.
Okay. Well, I'll wait till it's my turn to ask the applicant about code. Thank you.
He's raring to go, I'm sure. Commissioners, any other questions? Mr. Pepe? Okay, then we will begin the hearing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B, representing KIPP Academy. This SUP did expire. As soon as we found out it did expire, we filed for the extension. This actual facility is moving to Paul Quinn College. 2 meetings ago, you approved the development plan for that, and they hope to be in operation there in the fall. So this whole operation will be leaving this site hopefully in the fall, but you may have heard that the city of Dallas has permitting problems, and so we're going through the permitting process right now, but this will be moving, and so I hope you can support this for a shorter time period to give us time to make sure we can get over there. We have been working with code enforcement on this. As soon as we filed for this, we let code enforcement know, and they're making sure that we're progressing through this process. So the city is aware that we're operating, and they're giving us the leeway to do it until we solve this problem.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Kingston.
How many classrooms are you operating now?
Pardon me?
How many classrooms are you operating now?
I just happen to have someone who knows that question.
Pardon me. Excuse me. We're going to have to take a quick little step back. I think we do have one speaker in opposition. Yes. Okay. We'll take our speaker in opposition now. Let me see. Wait. Ms. Kirkpatrick, good afternoon. We can see you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lori Kirkpatrick. I live at 6705 Brayburn Drive in Dallas, Texas, 75214. And I just want to remind everyone that KIPP Dallas is a private organization utilizing tax dollars with no elected board of governance, therefore no taxpayer oversight. So we do rely very heavily on you all to ensure the best interest of the community is prioritized. KIPP Dallas currently operates 7 campuses. 3 of the 7, or 43%, are failing, including this campus, the KIPP Oak Cliff campus. And no campus is rated better than a C by the state. So I want to speak to the land use compatibility, the general provisions of a special use permit, 51A-4.219 of the Dallas Development Code. Number 2 states the application must be evaluated to its probable effect on the community welfare and may be approved or denied as findings indicate. And so I would ask that you deny that this failing campus is not contributing to the welfare of the community, and in fact an argument could easily be made that it's actually detrimental to the welfare of the community. In the event that you approve it, I would request that you do not allow an increase of classrooms. Rather, keep it to the current number of 18 and restrict the enrollment to 330, which is what is listed as its current enrollment on the traffic management plan. The traffic management plan does not limit enrollment per se. The organization could increase the number of bused students without affecting the traffic management plan. And any statement by the organization of not planning to increase enrollment or no changes expected isn't sufficient to prevent it. Until they can show they are enhancing community welfare, I don't, obviously think there should be any consideration for increased number of classroom space and/or enrollment. Again, I'm recommending a denial, but if you do approve it, I certainly agree with your no auto renewal for all of the above reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak in opposition? No. Okay. Let's go to, I think I failed to ask for anyone else in support, so we'll go, I imagine you want to speak in support, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Vance. I reside at 1123 Claude Street in Dallas, Texas, in City Council District 4. I serve as the Regional Advocacy Manager for KIPP Texas here in Dallas. A lot of people are like, what does that do? I always tell people I'm like the political director for KIPP in Dallas. I can answer many of the questions that have been asked. If I may just take a moment to address some of the things that Ms. Kirkpatrick said. While I respect her and her opinion, the state has not actually been giving out grades the last few years due to the pandemic. At the time, yes, we had some schools that were in a tight place, but we have made exceeding strides over the last 2 years during the pandemic. In regards to, I just want to remind that we are an organization that exists by authority of the state legislature. Under Article 25, this charter school and every other public charter school was created and allowed to exist and operate. We are active in this community. We are educating kids, which is our mandate, and we are taking every step, every leap, and every bound that we can to do that better, bringing in better quality teachers, offering better extracurricular activities, as well as educational opportunities for our kids. In regards to this request, last year, as Mr. Baldwin shared, when we discovered that our SUP had expired, we were already in the process of planning on leaving this site. We were actually originally expecting to leave last fall. Things didn't work out, delays, construction delays, and so we had to stay. And once it was found out that there was an issue with the SUP, our construction team, working with our associates and planners, took steps to alleviate that. Unfortunately, it did not happen in time. So the question of what we were doing, we grew over the last, we've grown every year since we've opened, and we had to accommodate kids, but we also wanted to make sure we did that safely. And so that's why we purchased or leased the space downstairs in the building so that we could spread our kids out to make sure that we were following the state's recommended COVID protocols. Unfortunately, we didn't get that done in time, and we didn't want to be in a position where we were using the downstairs space illegally, so we just accommodated the upstairs space. We never put kids in the downstairs space because we were not able to get the SUP in time. We just reworked the upstairs space to fit our kids. We moved some of the staff that were in there out of the building, cut down on office space for principal, assistant principals, things like that. Literally, our principal had a cart that she rolled around, and that became her office for most of the year, so that we could accommodate additional space for educational purposes in the building.
So your time is up.
Perfect. Okay. My apologies for getting the order a little bit mixed there, but per our rules, you do get a 2-minute rebuttal since we did have a speaker in opposition. Would you like to take that?
No, I think Grant did a great job of talking to Ms. Kirkpatrick's concerns. We hope you can support this. We are moving to Paul Quinn College, which is a great location for a high school to take advantage of this, the ability to work with the college people over there. That is a site that it's allowed by right, so we will not be in this position again. And we hope you can support this just for a short time period to make sure we can get our new facility constructed in time, and if not, come back here for just a short period of time until we can actually get into Paul Quinn.
Okay. Now back to questions for our two speakers in support. Commissioner Stanton.
Okay, Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's my question. You know me, I always like clarifications. I am totally confused by this on one hand. Yes, I understood that the plan was to go to Paul Quinn. That got held up. Therefore, you realize you let the SUP slip. But here we are today, and you're still saying that you're going to Paul Quinn, are you actively building at Paul Quinn? Is that what's happening? Because you're also asking, which says to me, you're asking for double the square footage, double the classroom space at this site, and either you've got all these kids that want to go to this KIPP school, or are you simultaneously building at Paul Quinn? I'm confused.
We got our development plan approved two meetings ago to create the gym and the cafeteria. There is taking over the previous Trinity Environmental Academy site. So we can get our kids into that site, but there's not a place for them to eat or recreate. So we're going to be under construction with that. Why don't you speak to it?
The new site, is that what we're talking about?
Yes. At the new site, we will be moving into Paul Quinn this fall. Our construction team has told me that we should be getting our temporary certificate of occupancy on July 17th of this year.
Well, then let me understand something. So why do you need to increase the classrooms at this site and add 22,000 square feet in the meantime?
Technically, we don't. Because we did start that process and sublease the bottom part of the building, in essence, we are going through the process as code compliance has told us we need to do, as permitting has told us we need to do.
To catch up where you already are a little bit. I'm getting the picture now.
We filed this case in the 1st of December, so this case was filed 7 months ago, and a lot's happened in the 7 months since this case has been filed.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Mr. Baldwin, what time period do you consider adequate to affect the transfer? What time period are you requesting for an SUP? From what you're saying, I'm assuming you don't need 5 years.
1 year would be fine.
1 year. Okay. And to clarify also, when the request came through to add all the classrooms, you weren't increasing your enrollment. You needed more classroom space to comply with COVID protocols and spread the students out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
How many, okay, I have several questions. I'm going to start here. How many kids, how many students are dropped off? How many use DART, that's right across the street, and how many drive?
I have the TMP. Let me get it pulled up here.
And I think we kind of beat the doubling the use. And then I have a question that he may be able to answer while you're pulling that up about, you said that you're busing students in from where?
So we do have bus service that is provided to our students in that immediate surrounding area of Council District 4 from different communities. I would also need to probably grab my email if you wanted to know the specific bus stops. But
so you no, I'm asking, is it a private bus or is it through DART that they ride the bus and then they come in?
Oh, no, sorry. We have private bus service that we've chartered with.
For 9th, 10th, and 11th and 12th graders?
For a significant number of our students. I don't want to give you the wrong.
I got it.
Okay. There's 330 students arriving in 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. 128 of them take the bus, bike, walk, or take DART, because we have the DART station right across the parking lot. There are 12 student drivers and 190 parent drop-offs.
So let me repeat that. Other 330 from 9th through 11th grade. So you're actually asking to increase it to 12th grade, correct?
Well, that's 9th through 12th.
It should be 9 through 12, 330,
yes,
9 through 12. 120, am I correct? 128 are bus, or use DART.
Bus, bike, walk, or DART.
Or walk, bus, DART, however.
Not a car.
Not a car. There's 12
student drivers.
12 student drivers, so 16 of age or older, right?
Right.
and then there's 190 that they are dropped off by someone else.
Yeah, it says parent drop-off, but it could be a brother or sister.
Brother, sister, aunt, uncle, grandma,
Right.
granddad. Okay. The TMP, and I'm sorry I didn't get to dissect your TMP as thoroughly as I would have loved to. But when the way it sits on the property, when they egress, when the parents come in and out, there is no queuing on the city street, correct?
There's no. This is a huge parking lot.
I know.
I don't know if you've ever been.
I know.
If y'all have never been out to this shopping center, it's
I know.
one of the weirdest shopping centers I've ever been to in my life. In that it has
upstairs and downstairs. You
upstairs, downstairs, and it has.
You can go drive
right
on
to
top.
the middle of it, but it's on piers. It's kind of a strange place, but it's a huge parking lot, and there's plenty of room to queue on site.
Okay, so. Okay, I got it. But now, when you leave this location within this year and you come to District 8, Paul Quinn is District 8. You guys aren't going to need a SUP because it's going to be by right through the PD, correct?
That's right. But we still will have to do TMP every 2 years.
And you, okay. I want to make sure.
Oh, yeah. Rest assured, I've learned a lot in the last couple of years about schools, and I make sure my clients understand what I've learned.
Thank you.
We're all still learning. Commissioner Stanner.
I have a quick kudos. I thought that this particular TMP was one of the best I've ever read. So kudos to
Scott does a good job.
It really was an excellent one. Thank you for that. It covered every aspect.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions, Commissioners, for our two speakers in support? Questions for our speaker in opposition? Commissioner Blair, you have one for Ms. Kirkpatrick?
Ms. Kirkpatrick.
Yeah.
We need to see you.
Oh.
Keep talking and turn your
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ms.
I think it's coming. Oh, okay.
There you go. I understand your concerns, but I don't know if we were able to satisfy, or were we able to satisfy your concerns? I know I have to ask the question. We can't, now let me make sure you appreciate that we cannot ask about their academic accomplishments. That is beyond our purview. Only thing we can ask about is the use of land.
Yes, yes.
And the number of rooms. So have we answered your questions?
Yes and no. And I appreciate that, clarification, but I continue to pound on land use compatibility, and, it's stated in black and white for everyone to read. It's before you in the actual presentation from the city. The special use permit should be in promoting the welfare of the general welfare of the community. So in terms of land use compatibility, there could be a better use of the land than a school that fails 43% of its students. So, and I think that's a very valid consideration for this body. Again, given this is a private organization with no elected local taxpayer governing oversight. We really rely on you guys. So I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Kingston.
Yeah, I had a question for the applicant, and sure. So if we don't grant this SUP, what are you going to do? Continue to operate without one?
No. We know better than to do that twice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? Question, Commissioner Popkin, please.
Is the school in operation now, or are you guys on school summer break?
It's closed for summer.
And the anticipation is that you'll be... Oh, do you have summer programs?
I was thinking to Commissioner Kingston's question as well. We actually are operating a small summer school. We have approximately 98 students in the building for summer school, we've actually basically closed down the back part of the building as we're preparing to move. We will be handing the keys back to the owner on July 7th.
2 weeks.
So this request effectively keeps you in operation basically until it's approved by council. Doesn't go through council.
It will go to council in August.
So it would keep you in operation for about a month and a half until you're ready to start moving. Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you.
So I have another question.
Commissioner Stannard.
Just very quickly, so maybe you said this, but are you still asking for a 5-year approval?
No, 1 year is fine.
Okay, thank you.
I have one.
Commissioner Blay.
So if you are giving the keys back to the owner of the building this July, and if we approve this, whether it's for 1 year, 5 years, 55 years, you are going to be gone by the time it goes to city council. Is that not correct?
Provided that we can get our work done and our CO issued. We can't guarantee that's going to happen. We think that's going to happen, but if it's not, we need a place for our students to be able to go in the fall if we can't get into our new space.
So let me just clarify that, because I'm sorry, the actual applicant, Mr. Baldwin, stated that he was giving the keys back this July 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you or are you not going to be in the building? Do you know, or is this just a overlapping of services to ensure that you are able to get to the new location, get past all of get your CO and get all of the things required and done before you give the keys back?
Okay. I literally sent an explicit email asking that direct question 2 weeks ago. Will we be moving this fall? Can I tell families, can I tell elected officials, we are moving this fall 100%? And I was told explicitly, yes, we are at a place where you can say that. But this is 2022, the era of all things look like they're possible. And of course, we've been in this location for nearly 20 years. And so the owner knows us. And so as of right now, what I feel confident I can say here is we are moving this August to Paul Quinn College.
Okay, I think we're going to clean it up a little bit.
Just a few more questions. So let's just say something goes wrong down at the permitting office. Does this year give you, there are delays at the permitting office, as we're all well aware of. Does this year give you think, sufficient time in case there were some sort of unexpected delay with permitting?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, we're moving into a spot that already housed a school before, but we are in the permitting process for the gym and the cafeteria. But worst comes to worst, we could get in and operate in the building that has already been constructed.
Okay, great. And one other question about where all this goes. Let's just say we do approve it today, and then it does go to council and you don't need this SUP anymore. Do you just ask for denial without prejudice at that point?
If we're out of the building, that's what we would do, yes.
Pardon?
If we know for sure that we can be in our new place, we can commit to doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick follow-up, Mr. Baldwin. So the 1 year time period, if in fact you permitting or whatever other problem comes up and school begins in August, the 1 year would your students stay at this school, or would you move them mid-year if the permitting or whatever the other facility is ready? Would you move them mid-year, or you need this SUP to make sure that you're around a school year and then move them next summer?
It would be for the full year.
We have a plan. If it is mid, then we would move. Yeah.
We
were prepared for that this year.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Commissioners, any other questions? Questions for staff? Okay, no questions for staff. Commissioner Anderson, do you have a motion, sir? Oh, sorry, pardon me, sorry. Commissioner Popkin, please.
My only question for staff is there any precedent for approving an SUP for less than a year? Is that kind of the minimum? Just curious.
I might need some assistance with that.
Yes, we had SUPs for less than a year, but you have to always factor in the same with the year. Like, we may be backlogged. It takes a long time to go through the process, so we try to be mindful about timing and all of that.
Just thought I'd take the opportunity to ask that. Thank you.
Great question that comes up every once in a while, and usually we also hear that with a one-year SUP, the applicant has to apply, like 4 months after they get the SUP. So it doesn't give them as much time, and usually it's not enough to set a track record if we're doing it for a convenience store, for example.
So a shorter SUP is really for a situation where it's anticipated that it won't be needed after that length of time.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I have a motion if I have a second. In the matter of Z201-321, no, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. On the matter of Z212-142, I move to close the public record and not follow staff recommendation to 5-year approval, but to allow for 1 year of approval with conditions as listed in the docket. Yeah, and that's it.
Site plan TMP. Staff recommended conditions. Okay, yes. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for your motion. Commissioner Carpenter for your second. Comments, Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, one, I wanted to say that in this community, education is something that we are really fighting with in terms of allowing our education providers to come in and service our students, our local school district in servicing our students and trying to find a bit of equity. We appreciate KIPP schools coming in to service our community, number one. Secondly, we want to support the notion of early college high school that Paul Quinn College wants to now provide, which does provide another option at education for the kids in our communities. So I wanted to say we appreciate your presence here. We do want you to work a lot harder in terms of making better grades, but that should come down the road. I was interested in a 1-year renewal, thinking that considering the issues that we have both here in the Planning Commission and at the permitting office, there could be hurdles, and I don't want to create more of a problem where there didn't necessarily need to be one. And considering you guys are turning the keys over in about 2 weeks, I feel like a 1-year renewal would then help. If you would follow up, as Commissioner Rubin said, if there's no need for that, if you would then request denial without prejudice, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rubin.
Yeah, just to follow up on my comment on denial without prejudice. Obviously, once this becomes vacant, I think there are some real opportunities for this site, so steering it in that direction so maybe someone could come in and do something new would be ideal. So,
any other comments, commissioners? Okay, in the matter of Z212-142, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Carpenter to close the public hearing, file staff recommendation of approval, but for a 1-year period with no auto, subject to a site plan and traffic management plan. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
No.
One in opposition. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Young is stepping back in the chamber. We'll move on to case number 5.
Mr. Chair? Yes. I just want to thank y'all so much.
Thank
As
you.
a previous commissioner on Homeless Commission, I appreciate what y'all do, the amount of time y'all put to this, and Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, sir.
Item 5 is Z201-321. It's an application for a new sub-district within Plan Development District number 714, West Commerce Street, Fort Worth Avenue Special Purpose District, located on the southeast corner of Hampton Road and Reman Drive. Staff recommendation is denial.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pepe. I see that the applicant is here.
Good afternoon again. Rob Baldwin, 3904 Elm Street, Suite B. I'm going to ask that this be held one more time until your second meeting in July. I think it's the 21st. We had a really good meeting. Well, we've had two very good meetings since our last presentation before you guys. And the last one was on Tuesday. And some things were brought up that made us reconsider what we thought was the final plan. But I think we're very close to getting this done. And I do think that when we come see you in July, this will be all sewn up. I don't know if we'll have city staff recommendation of approval, but at least we've been working things out with the neighbors. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for Mr. Baldwin? Questions for staff? Commissioner Pumpkin, do you have a motion?
Yes. In the matter of Z201-321, I'd like to hold the public hearing open until July 21st.
Thank you, Commissioner Pumpkin, for your motion. Commissioner Rubin for your second. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Pepe.
Good afternoon, Oscar Aguilera. Item Z201-333 is an application for a specific use permit for a commercial amusement outside use on a property zone and MU1 mixed-use district on the west line of Coit Road, south of McCallum Boulevard. A staff recommendation is for approval for a 2-year period subject to condition. I understand that they want to hold this case. Would you like me to present it? Or?
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilera. Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Hogg, do you have a motion?
I do. I move to keep the public hearing open and hold this matter under advisement until July 21st.
Thank you very much for your motion, Commissioner Hogg. Commissioner Rubin for your second to keep the public hearing open and hold the matter under advisement to July 21st. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Next case.
Item Z212-142 is an application for a planned development district for LOA limited office district and a restaurant with drive-in or drive-through service uses on a property zone and LO1 limited office district with deed restrictions Z923-222 at the southwest corner of Preston Road and McCallum Boulevard. A staff recommendation is for approval subject to development plan and conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilera. Did you want to brief some updates? Are there updates to this?
Correct. There were some upgrades. If you recall, the applicant submitted a revised site plan, and then I made some corrections on the report. So I'll go real quick. I'm kind of blind. So this is the revised site plan that the applicant submitted. There were some correspondence, I believe, between the applicant, the school, and our engineer. I will bring David back in here, but I believe that they still have a little, or David is still recommending some changes. I'll let him talk about that. And then the last thing that I corrected was for the density on the report, and that's for LO1, but the information in the report should now be correct.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Aguilera? Commissioner Stanton.
Yes, Mr. Aguilera. I just want to clarify something, because this has been done, adding this Starbucks in this parking lot of this LO1 area, which is called, I believe, Track 2. Is that correct?
I believe so, correct.
Okay. And so Track 1 is the rest of the limited office area.
That is correct.
But in the plan development, it has been requested by the applicant that it be put in as LOA, meaning that it would give an opportunity for LO3 FARs and stories and heights. However, it is my understanding that even though they have asked for LOA, which gives them a lot of latitude, they are saying in part of this PD that they will only operate as LO1 in that first track?
That is correct. So that was one of the mistakes that I did, that I put all three development requirements for the LO1, LO2, and LO3. And if you take a look at the conditions for the development, they constrain the use to only LO1, hence my correction on the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll now go to the applicant. Okay. Let's begin with our speakers online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. If I could share my screen, I have some visuals that that will help walk you guys through it. Hold tight with me. Okay, can everybody see that screen okay?
We can.
Perfect, thank you so much. Andrew Ruig, 2201 Main Street, Dallas, Texas, 75201. Just to kind of give you guys some recaps, some updates. This again is our request area where the star is where the Starbucks piece is limited to. And I thank Oscar and staff with the intent that no zoning is changing in the broader area, but rather we just have a allowance for a restaurant with drive-through in the area that's starred up here. I did want to bring to your attention some of the most recent updates that I sent. We have been having extensive conversation with the Shelton School representatives to come to an agreement for how we can best utilize the traffic patterns, so not to create, undue congestion at carpool times. So what we did in the latest site plan revision, which I did send to you all, is add 2 lanes of striping in our shared access easement here to the north of the Starbucks. So this creates a bypass lane for school traffic, a turn lane for traffic coming exclusively into the Starbucks site, and then also formalizing 2 outbound lanes for cars to exit the site. They typically stack up in 2 lanes during carpool, but this striping will just further help clarify that. Here's just an enlarged version that we can reference as needed in the presentation or discussion, rather. A couple other items that were previously added before the last time, just want to give you a quick reminder. We did add pedestrian connections from Preston Road and from the office site. Happy to walk y'all through the existing connections and what the new connections would look like. We did add an expanded outdoor patio space, so trying to make this more of a drive-through and walk-up environment. And with that, we've relocated 4 head-in parking spaces that were originally on this expanded patio space to the existing parking area. So really trying to, redevelop and reuse an unused parking area to help the office complex at large. Just a couple quick reminders. This is a drive-through and walk-up Starbucks only. So this is similar to stores on Central and Hall and Maple Avenue near Maple and Inwood. So this is the concept that we're shooting for. We did provide 2 traffic studies, 1 drive-through queuing study and 1 traffic impact analysis. Found that there's adequate queuing capacity on site and minimal impact to the Shelton School carpool. And these are a couple stacking visuals, or I guess queuing visuals that I wanted to share. In our drive-through analysis, we found that a maximum of 16 vehicles would typically queue on the site. This site, could actually accommodate up to 24. I doubt it would ever get that high. And I wanted to bring to your attention some other Starbucks examples and how it looks related to our site, because our site's actually really large for a drive-through example.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Ray. Thank you,
walk
sir.
through these further. Thank you.
You next, sir?
Yes.
Thank
okay.
you.
Try and get up here quickly so y'all can go home at a reasonable time.
You want to walk us through that one slide first?
Please. Dallas Cothram, 2201 Main Street. So I think Andrew's point is that compared to those other cases that we did here with the Commission and Council some years ago that function fine, we have more than double the stacking spaces plus all the parking, and then it still allowed us to do what we call the Popkin plan, where we thank you for designing our building at no cost. And really, when we went back to the tenants, remember we also talked about that this is under new ownership. When they bought this, they were down to 30%. They have not only kept those tenants, but we're now in the 70% and have a big anchor tenant. This is an important amenity. They're going to have an outside area that's robust where people can work. It's easier to walk from either of the buildings to the site. I mean, this is important, commercially, but also for the people experiencing the building. And I'll leave you with, I think probably one of the most important planning books written, certainly this century, by Donald Shoup, who was a planner at UCLA, called the High Cost of Free Parking. He said, this is one of my favorite ones, is, minimum parking requests act like a fertility drug for cars. He went on to say parking spaces have a higher economic value than the cars sitting in them. And he said this in 2000. Cars depreciate quickly. Parking now is extremely expensive. And he said, if we don't give away cars, why do we give away free parking spaces? This is a really over-parked site, which is consistent with a lot of the development that was done in the 1980s on the tollway. This is not good. He calculated that the cost of parking, free parking, was about over $200 billion in the U.S. That's the GDP of Peru or New Zealand. So I don't know what Dallas's number, but drive by any mall or church. We don't do a good job of sharing parking. We have extra parking. We can do something here. We were happy to work with Shelton School on this. This seems like a reasonable way to activate both the interior and the exterior, and we can handle the traffic of what this is. So we'd ask you to support us in trying to provide something more robust, both economically and from a planning fashion. And we're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I don't know if it's my turn yet, but I'm Harry Lake at 600 Travis Court. I'm the CEO of Cole Partners, which is the ownership entity. We're a locally based development investment firm. We invested on this property in response to concerns that due to foreign ownership, there's a Hong Kong-based company that owned it, and their strategy changed as a result. They weren't paying attention to the tenants nor their neighbors. And so we have friends in the community and asked us to pour into the project. As a result, we invested in the property. And like Dallas mentioned, they had lost the majority of their tenants and was about to lose all of their tenants. They had a tenant that was about to expire this year, HDR, big civil engineering company, and they were not going to renew. Well, after our ownership, we've invested significant capital on our way to about $10 million worth of capital into this office property, which, by the way, is about 150,000 square feet. And then they saw the type of stewardship that we're exemplifying as a local-based company, and they renewed and extended their lease. And they asked us to bring amenities to the project, and the coffee shop was one of their top priorities. We're also doing a fitness, gym in the property. We're also got a big conference area, so we're doing our part. We replaced both roofs. We want to be a good neighbor, and so this Starbucks is less than 1,000 square feet of a 150,000 square foot campus, and everybody's asking for it. Not only tenants, the parents, and many of the neighboring, neighbors have asked, hey, can we do something? In response to that, we've added outdoor seating, walkability to it, and all these things that we're excited to share with you today. And the result is this agreement that we've got established with Shelton. We've got, initially we had some challenges with neighbors. We believe we've overcome many of them. And we're excited to, would ask for you guys to support our efforts. I'm available to answer any questions, but just know that we're pouring into the property. I'm personally on the loan of the property and things like that. This is something we really care about, and we're local. I coach my kids down the street at Campbell Green. So, again, available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer, you online, sir. Mr. Five, if you're online, sir, we're ready for you. Okay, we'll go with Mr. Stoner.
Good afternoon. Steve Stoner, Pacheco Coke, 7557 Rambler Road, Dallas, Texas. I'm the applicant's traffic engineer, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for any of our speakers? Commissioner Stanner.
Okay, and I'm going to put these in the form of questions. Mr. Stoner, I'll ask you this question. I heard Mr. Cothram say the following, that he compared this, or it might have been Mr. Rugg, but compared this to Maple, Inwood, and a location at Hall and Central Expressway. My question is, would you consider the fact that the entrance and exit to this Starbucks is on a shared access easement that is basically 30 feet away from a school as being equivalent to those?
In my opinion, what is the factors that we would be concerned about from a traffic standpoint from the Starbucks itself is the amount of queuing it can generate, and which is usually the issue. This particular site does have ample queuing. It does happen to be adjacent to a school. The school, I did observe the school traffic, and There are periods about 30 minutes in the morning when the school does generate quite a bit of traffic on the shared access easement, and it would occur at the same time the Starbucks would be generating traffic. The thought, though, is a lot of the Starbucks traffic would probably come from the school traffic. So yes, that's why we've added striping to the shared access road to make those two uses more efficient to coexist. But there will be a period of time when they do have conflicting traffic. But we feel the site of the Starbucks provides ample circulation and stacking.
My point was, Commissioners, that we're
Excuse me, I was asking Mr. Stoner. Okay, I have a couple of other questions for him. Thank you. Mr. Stoner, isn't it true that this McCallum shared access easement is about, I would call it a city block and dead ends, and that on this easement are two gates and entrances? I did go out there myself, and it wasn't during carpool time, but this particular entrance to Shelton School at the end of that block is the main entrance and exit for the school all day long right there. And there was constant traffic going in and out of there because this is a school that's from first grade all the way through 12th for students that have learning differences. And at any rate, you know, just I understand it. There's carpool that competes, but isn't that a dead-end street there? There's no pass-through?
I believe it wraps around the back of the property. Mr. Lake, I'm sure, can...
Well, actually, I don't think it does. Actually, there's signs that say, in fact, that you can't enter the LO1 properties. Anyone stays out, and you can't enter the school. It's just a dead end. Let me ask you another question. You are aware that this is in a residential district, are you not?
In terms of zoning, I would not claim to be an expert on what the uses the zoning allows.
Okay.
I'm aware of the adjacent uses that exist today, yes.
And let me ask you one other quick question, because I went and I really tracked the whole thing, and the reason I did is because so many D13 parents have students there, and they called me up. So another thing I would ask is, for you to clarify, would you agree that on the west side of Preston, from just north of Beltline, I mean, I'm talking about just 40 feet north of Beltline, the whole west side of Preston, all the way up to Summerside, that there is not one retail establishment, because it's all residential, on the west side of Preston?
Mr. Stoner's not a planner. That's not really his area of expertise.
Well, he's a traffic person. I would think he would know that.
He's not doing that on our team, so we respectfully ask that you ask people that are on the team that are subject matter experts on that.
Okay. Would you agree that there is nothing retail on the west side?
First, our site's zoned office. We could have a motor bank use there that would be a retail use.
But you couldn't have drive-in, drive-through there.
Sure, we could.
No.
There was an ATM there previously. I mean, you could have that.
Well, that wasn't my understanding from the city attorney, that was part of the special thing.
We could not have a restaurant out there. If we had a restaurant, it'd have to be a indoor, like a deli, that we don't have a sign for. But, you know, the point is, it's an office district today. We're not in a residential district. There's residential districts nearby, but we're not in a residential district. Moreover, I thought the school now was either not opposed or perhaps even supportive with the changes. So respectfully, you know, maybe if you think otherwise, but we think that we've solved that, and we've all along treated that easement like it's a public street because it is shared in nature. And if Andrew put that exhibit back up there, my point was not to talk about Those were just zoning cases we had done. There are lots of Starbucks that are allowed by right. But this site is much larger than those that are on busier streets, even than this shared access easement, and they have less stacking and less parking. So we have the most that Steve observed was 16 cars, and we have enough for 24 stacking spaces plus all that parking that Starbucks would have. So this seems like a case of, if I go someplace and the drive-through line is very long, I might just park. And at Starbucks, I can order on my app and just go to the walk-up window and enjoy it on the patio. So we have double the stacking plus all the parking. And we appreciate y'all gave us a lot of suggestions to get to that. We didn't originally.
Thank you. Mr. Ruick, I'm sorry, Commissioner Standard, do you have a follow-up?
Well, I think I have a response to that. I think in the sense that I disagree. I don't think it is a very large site. I think it's very small and doesn't even qualify as a pad site, actually. It's just a part of a parking lot.
It's just bigger than a Starbucks.
But I would respectfully disagree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. There were some site plans, I think, development plans flying around. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Can you put the latest development plan or circulation plan? And Mr. Stoner, I'd like for you to walk us through it here.
Yes, sure. Mr. Chair, if I can share it, I can pull that up, no problem. Just need to get privileges back. Here we go.
Okay. That's the latest one?
Correct.
Is it possible for you to zoom in? It's
yes,
postage stamp here on my screen.
Would you rather look at the one that has the extra stacking spaces?
I would like to see the one that shows the queuing as much detail as possible.
I think, Andrew, the one that shows the queuing the best is the one where you number all those cars up to 24.
Here, yeah.
Okay. There we go. So, Mr. Stoner, do me a favor. Sure. Let's say that I'm going north on Preston.
Okay.
Get me onto the site. How am I going to buy coffee here?
Okay. So what is not perfectly clear just from looking at this exhibit is on the east side of the exhibit is the intersection of Preston Road and McCallum Boulevard. McCallum is a thoroughfare to the east, and that intersection is controlled by a traffic signal. And if you were coming from the south going north, you would enter into a left turn lane and wait for the signal to let you turn left into the shared access easement. What you're seeing there is the existing width of pavement, but we've added some striping that does not exist today.
Where is that? Sorry, Mr. Stern. Where is that exactly? If you could use the cursor there, I'm following you here. Tell me exactly where you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. Ruick, I think, are you in control of the cursor?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So where that cursor is located is currently approximately a 20-foot wide inbound lane, and we've added a stripe down the middle to change it into 2 lanes. So it's at least 20 feet wide. It may be 22. I don't have the exact dimension off the top of my head, but it can accommodate 2 acceptable standard size lanes, and we have striped it so that if you were going straight, whether that be to Hilton School or continuing on to go park at the office building, you could stay to the right and go straight, or you could, if you were going into the Starbucks, you would stay to the left, and that lane would let you go into the parking lot where the Starbucks would be created. And the intent would be to circulate counterclockwise through the parking lot, ideally, and
Just
utilize.
let me pause you right there. So I'm taking a left onto your site. You see where it says future sidewalk there?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And to the left of that, it looks like there's is that the lip of a sidewalk that continues onto the entrance to your site?
I believe that's just a raised median.
Okay. And so what is the width there of your entrance there where you see the car that says 24? Yes.
Yes.
That right there, in and out.
And Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if I jump in, I have a couple measurements of this. This is an existing entrance right here, and this is about a 28 to 30 foot width entrance to the site. So this is existing, and part of the idea was to restripe, this existing area, which is what we had discussed with the Shelton School, entered into a driveway improvement agreement with them, and that's to allow the bypass lane for carpool purposes, or if you're going to utilize the parking lot or for Starbucks or even for the office, you left into this parking area.
Okay, so if you don't mind, keep going.
Sure.
So that's an existing entrance. It's not going to be re-engineered.
Correct.
Okay.
Then, just to kind of further clarify some of these slides, this queuing length here is the maximum queuing that could be accommodated on the parking area site. What we had noted in other slides is that the maximum observed queuing at many of these other Starbucks that we've observed that are in different locations, and we also have an exhibit for the Starbucks near Jesuit, because I hear that's one of the ones that I think gets a lot of complaints. And if you don't mind, I'll just go over to it really quickly. And this is just kind of through conversations with the Shelton School and other stakeholders. We always hear this is, I guess, a problem Starbucks. But one thing I wanted to point out with this is you can have 10 cars in this queue until you're backing up onto the right of way. Now, on our site, if you're 10 cars deep into our site, you're still well within the very beginning of our drive-through stacking lane. So that's one of the items that I did want to bring to your attention is we have a lot of stacking, and I think we'll see diminished stacking as the line gets too long for some. Others would want to park and just go to the walk-up window where you're not going to see the maximum possibility for stacking on the site.
Okay, so then I see you're coming in off of Preston, either north or south. You get into the new lanes, you get onto your site. In the mornings where the queuing is long, it creates possible 24 car queue. How do you exit? Let's say you have 27 cars here, right? How are you going to exit here? Show me on the cursor. Yes, sir.
Sure. Yeah. So you get your coffee, then you can go around here to loop back around to exit. You'd be taking your right-hand turn to exit up here, and you're then picking your way out of the site. Right, if that's going straight, to McCallum, turning right on Preston, or turning left on Preston. And we have an updated plan that just has this turn arrow up here too. But that's how you would exit the site. Is the same way that you would exit it as it exists today.
Excellent. So any concern that there's a bottleneck there, since this is already pre-engineered, you're not going to retrofit an exit there. Any concern at all that those folks coming right back out, when you have folks coming in, maybe they take, yes, right there.
Right. We don't think that there's a concern for a bottleneck. Some ideas that we talked about is perhaps doing even additional added restriping for a do not block box or something similar. So those are things that we're open to putting in here. But we feel like that this site can essentially be, the traffic on this site can be contained because it's so large for for a Starbucks drive-through with the queuing and the parking capacity that's currently unused. So we don't see an issue with the operations of this when it is, the peak carpool times in the morning and the afternoon for that, 15-minute time period where the carpool actually starts to extend on, past their site, or past the Shelton School site.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. Mr. Ruick, just a couple of quick follow-up questions. In developing this layout, was there any consideration given to placing the building, the Starbucks, closer to the office building so that you would have the opportunity for your plaza to engage with the office and handle the vehicular movement perhaps in a different manner?
We had, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Hampton. We had considered that, but we felt in order to best utilize the entirety of this kind of clockwise, or I guess counterclockwise configuration, where in the event that there is a lot of queuing that may occur, we have more capacity than if we routed it a different way. And we've also added some pedestrian striping to play off of the existing pedestrian plazas that are out there to allow, the office users to make a quick walk across this lane over here to access the walk-up area for Starbucks.
Andrew, I can provide some context on that too if you want.
I think that generally answered the question. I guess one follow-up I did have that I think, and Mr. Stone or Mr. Ruick, the other examples that you showed for the Starbucks, were those typically included in an office environment, or were those within retail centers or freestanding sites?
The three examples that we showed were one pad site. This is an example that we looked at in Richardson with, their maximum queues, 13 cars until they hit the right of way, which is kind of the choke point of when you start to have issues. The other, and again, that's where that would look like if you looked at it on our site. The other all street, so this is off of the expressway frontage road. So this is, a standalone site where, their max capacity is at 12 to the right of way. And then this is a comparable site only in terms of a retail shopping area, that is near a school. So this is probably the most comparable of the two. But the difference being is this is not a drive-through walk-up Starbucks like the other two examples that we shared, where this one would have some indoor seating. So there's kind of some similarities and differences through all the different, I guess, examples we've used in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a drive-through walk-up facility, if I'm following everything correctly. And some of the other examples that you showed did not show parking. So I'm wondering, the example that you're showing here shows a host of parking, and how much parking is actually required for a building that's walk-up or drive-up, or how many employees are actually in the building that would use it. One of the reasons I'm asking that question is because I'm trying to determine if there is a scenario where the perimeter parking is utilized and then you have 24 cars that queue up, how would those cars get out?
Sure. So let me just go back to one. I guess this is probably the zoomed in with the data table, and thank you for that question. The required parking is, for this example, we're at a 930 square foot building, so we have 9 required parking spaces. That would, include the probably 2 to 3 employees. This is a very small facility for the drive-through walk-up only Starbucks. So there's, I think they would typically have about 2 to 3 employees based on their peak times versus non-peak times. So if there was others utilizing the drive-through and they still wanted to park, this is a scenario that I guess I've encountered in other drive-through Starbucks is the good thing about this site is we have a well-designed parking area where you can still maneuver. I'm getting my mouse. You can still maneuver around the drive-through to get out of your parking spaces. Now, if you're parked over here and your line's stacking up behind you, that might cause an issue. But in general, that's something that you would park likely further away if you see a big line occur at that time. And we have, well beyond the required parking available for this in our current parking layout on this portion of the site.
Well, I'm
wondering the employees can park in the garage would also be an opportunity. Usually the employees are using the spaces in front of the store because that's all they have. Here we have the opportunity where employees can park on site but not right there to save those for retail spaces.
Well, I'm wondering why show the parking spaces if you don't need them?
Because it's part of it's a requirement where we have to have 9 or 10 spaces, but it's a development plan. We have to show the full built condition.
Well, I understand that, but you're showing those 9. So it's those existing spaces are currently there.
Right.
Do you have the option of relocating spaces and building, as Commissioner Hampton said, in a different configuration to reconfigure the site?
I don't think that we'd end up with less stacking then. It is one problem. I guess potentially you could do something else. This is what we've submitted and thought through, and that the owner likes, and that Starbucks is willing to build. So I guess we could. I don't know that we could start over. I'm not sure what the right answer is.
Well, it just seems like there is an issue being caused by the queuing. And the parking that it's blocking, for instance, if there was a scenario where there was someone parked there for whatever reason, and it probably would not get to a point to where those were occupied, and if it was, would we then be over-occupying the site based on current occupancy goals?
Now I understand. So remember, we observed all these other sites, and the most we saw was 16. So we just are showing that we could have 24 when the most we saw was 16. We also, in this case, will probably have more customers that walk from the office building that at these, those standalone sites on Central, well, probably they don't get a lot of walk-up. People park there. So we're over-parked on the office. That's what really this is all about is this site has so much parking, we have an opportunity to put something there. We'll still have plenty of parking plus extra stacking. That's why this is just a much larger Starbucks site and we've done a lot of Starbucks all over North Texas. This is maybe not twice as big, but this is a much bigger layout. We have both. We have stack. Sometimes you can choose, we're forced to choose between enough stacking or enough parking. In this instance, we were able to do both, which is kind of nice.
Well, so I'm actually concerned about not doing either. The stacking versus the parking, if you're not requiring parking, can you resituate the building or readjust the building in order to create a better traffic flow that goes through the drive-through and people are able to complete their egress or ingress and not cause any potential problems? And that, I feel like, is something I've drawn a lot of site plans in my day that can be done. Just as a question, but that's the only question I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Young.
Yes, the revised development plan contains a legend, not for construction or regulatory approval. Is this not a regulatory approval process?
Sure, we can take that off. I think that was just a drafting for whoever did that, I guess.
Okay, and then likewise it says preliminary drawing for conceptual use only.
This is a development plan, it's not conceptual.
Okay.
I think that's just the architect's terms. It's not a permit set. We would submit similar with our building permit.
Well, I grant you the building permit submittal might be a little different, but you're willing to clean that up?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner House, right.
It's question. a question for the applicant. I believe should be directed to Mr. Lake.
Yep.
So I'm not in the real estate business. I'm in the architecture business. But from what I understand, amenitizing office space these days is absolutely crucial to maintaining the quality of the development. And without that, you risk the decline of some of these assets. If I'm correct, could you just inform us a little bit about that?
That's exactly right. I mean, office is being challenged today, so you have to create a reason to go to the office. And that third place, this is just nudging them in that direction. And all the tenants, I think in the files, all the tenants have submitted letters of support. HDR in particular has been at this location since 1999. They love the location, but their employees want walkability. Their employees want a mixture of uses. And we're not doing something extraordinary here. This is something that, replacing an old ATM. If you're able to go on to Google Maps right now, you would still actually see the ATM drive-through right there because Google hasn't updated the maps. And this has been not only a response to our tenants, which obviously we really care about, but the genesis was a CFO who sends two of his kids to the Shelton School, said, hey, my wife goes in and out, and we saw this ATM go all the time. She doesn't have the ability to get out of her car to get a cup of coffee or something like that because the nature of this school, it's for children that learn differently. And as a result, they say, hey, this would be a phenomenal gift to the parents. And so we responded to it. And so we say, hey, instead of replacing it with a machine that distributes cash, wouldn't it be great if we created something that was walkable and amenity and speaks to, the tenants and actually some of the neighbors said, hey, I walk all the time. I'd love to be able to walk and grab a cup of coffee at a Starbucks. So that was the response, and that's some of the context around the discussion. And I can share the aerial as well. I know some of the concerns, the questions was about parking. This building is serviced by 2 garages as well as 4 surface parking lots. It was actually intended to support 4 office buildings, but Transwestern back in the day changed their plan. And so as a result, there's 2 office buildings serviced by garages, which is unique, right? It's unique. You would never put a garage to support a 75,000 square foot office building. It's rarely seen, but here you see it twice. And the context is because it was actually intended to support a larger campus. And so that's sort of the context behind everything. And again, when we reached out to banks, because we were saying, hey, why don't we replace the bank that was there that had the old ATM drive-through? Some of the parents say, hey, why would you put a bank there when you can do something a little bit better? And so that was our thought process. And you can actually see the driveway. You can also see the driveway that goes and wraps around the property. So you can see how traffic flows. There is a sign there, but it's just because Shelton's being a good neighbor and trying to keep their parents from driving through our property to circulate through our the main entry for our office building. But I mean, there's a 2-way lane on that backside, and matter of fact, we use that to support Grandparents' Day and their graduation when we could help them with their services, as a good neighbor would. But there's no cross traffic to the residential neighborhood. There's no cross traffic.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Questions for staff? Commissioner Stanton, please.
I know we're running so late, but I do have a quick question for staff just to understand this. And I think this is going forward. I know you have no control over this, but the notification area is what? The 200 feet or the 500 feet? Is that the notification area? I know you use a service, but isn't that basically what it is?
The notification is 500 feet, Commissioner, for this SUP, for this development site plan.
Yeah, because I think kind of what happened a little bit, or would you agree that maybe people that were behind a 10-foot wall and this wasn't going to impact them, or they didn't live in the office building, got notifications, whereas the Shelton School got one notification sent to a foundation and not to the school. I mean, I hope that we can find a better way in cases like this when it involves a school. What do you think?
I agree with you. Everybody within the notification radius should be notified. I just want to make a fact that the city relies on the information provided for the appraisal district, and that's where we send the notice to the owners. If an applicant has a PO box or an old address that they have not updated, we will still send them that notice to that particular address. And
yeah, I mean, you can't help that, but would you agree that what can happen when you do that is that, for instance, maybe a lot of parents didn't even know about this Starbucks and didn't know about the community meetings and this, that, and the other, which isn't your responsibility, but I think with the school, would you agree that can happen?
Well, so the Texas Constitution, the local government code, I believe, if Teresa can correct me if I'm wrong, it gives notice requirements. One notice is to send the envelopes to the people living within that radius. Another notice is to post the sign on the site, and then another one is to publish the request on the newspaper. So I think that law is pretty good because it covers every point in that event that somebody may miss the request. So people that are walking by or driving by may or may not notice the signs, but they're there for that purpose. The newspaper notice too is there for that purpose, and then sending the notice on the mail. So I think that the law is pretty good in that regards, that it tries to notify everybody and make sure that everybody gets the notification.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rubin.
Just one quick follow-up question. That state statute requires the cities to send the notification based on what's on the tax rolls, right?
Yes, that's correct, on the last approved tax roll.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter, please.
I have a question for Mr. Navarez, if he's available. Yes, Mr. Navarez, does Shelton School have a current traffic management plan that's functioning on the southern side of their campus? I mean, pictures that I saw showed, traffic going to the school pretty much blocking that street. I understand that they're going to restripe and make 2 lanes inbound, but what I saw was 2 lanes of school traffic, clogging up 2 lanes anyway. Have you had a chance to determine whether the inbound traffic for Shelton is going to be able to coexist with inbound traffic for a Starbucks without bringing the intersection to a close? I think you're on mute.
I was. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. David Navarez, Engineering and Transportation Development Services. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. To answer your question, yes, we have completed our review of an updated study for the Shelton School, and in our opinion, the proposed changes perfectly address the overlap of school traffic. I have more to say on that, but as a short answer to your question, yes, we have looked into the request and the overlap of school traffic, and we believe the latest plan addressed that aspect of our review.
If you have more to say about that, I'd be pleased to hear it.
I'll be clear. Allow me first to clarify that our recommendation for the proposed land use is still approval. As far as the land use, the request is excellent, and we thought so from the outset. And we should add that the applicant is also aware that there will be some improvements required at permitting to accommodate upgrades to the traffic signal for pedestrians as well. And so these are all great news for the community and the overlap of the two land uses, the school next to a coffee shop, which we, again, thought would be an appropriate match. As far as the maximum queues, however, the examples that were presented are regretfully not the best to compare because we know that those sites generate well more than 23 cars. We have been at those sites twice in recent years, visiting with store managers and having them to explain why it was not okay to have vehicles encroaching onto the highway from Hall Street, for example. With that said, the changes that have been made are, in our opinion, address the overlap of vehicular traffic between the school and the proposed coffee shop. We believe that the school is doing their best to make improvements. The city has also made changes to the traffic signal to prevent right turns on red. That means that traffic coming southbound on Preston is not allowed to turn right, and that allows the school traffic approaching from the south to turn left and have the right of way. What the applicant is proposing is to increase the pavement width to accommodate two inbound lanes of traffic, one that would potentially, in a worst-case scenario, continue to be queued for a few minutes in the morning and a few more minutes in the afternoon during school peak hours. Our concern is mostly a notice to the applicant that our staff already anticipate changes to the parking layout that is being proposed. And in fact, maybe if I may ask Andrew or the applicant to show up on their screen the proposed development plan, it would be probably helpful.
Okay, Mr. Rueg, can you? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So our concern is primarily with the exiting movements, mostly because we already anticipate changes. And by the way, this case is unique because a DIR is required after a development plan has already been approved by you and council. So, we at permitting will have trouble applying the regulations of a DIR when there's already a development plan that has already been approved for a private property. So it'll be very complicated for us to say, now that you have a development plan, we're going to make changes that we find needed based on the engineering plans. That's a problem here. Typically, when this specific tenant shows up for permitting, they're coming in with engineering plans, and we haven't seen them. The problem that we have here is the exiting maneuvering. Picture yourself exiting out of, you just got your coffee shop, your coffee, and you're exiting out of the drive-through. You're facing not Preston, but in the opposite direction. Preston is behind you, and you're proceeding straight. And then what you need to do is essentially effectively a U-turn to go and then face in the opposite direction, facing Preston Road. To make that maneuver, assuming that you have a small vehicle, you will have to make a U-turn and encroach onto the inbound lane. And during off-peak hours, that will not be a problem. If outside of school peak hours also will not be a problem as well. It will just take a generous amount of space to make a U-turn coming out. And that's the maneuver that we anticipate being a problem. At permitting, we will see the opportunity to make changes to the parking layout where instead of coming out straight, once you pay and receive your product, your coffee, it would be more beneficial if you, instead of exiting straight out, you would make a left and then you circulate around the layout. I think the good news is that there is a solution for the concern that we have. In as much as this property is very small, there's ample space to reconfigure the parking layout. We just highly recommend the applicant to begin their civil plans now, and that their layout is based on dimensions that accurately depict the maneuvering of vehicles. Otherwise, the concern here is that we'll be very likely sending them back to a minor amendment. And I don't think that anyone will be happy to hear that after having gone through so many hearings being held.
Are you suggesting
I spoke a lot. I apologize.
Are you suggesting that it would be better at this stage at CPC for the concerns that you have to be addressed with the parking layout and the exit strategies to be addressed before it moves beyond this step in the process?
Ma'am, my concern is a caution to the applicants that it's very likely that they'll be sent back to a minor amendment if they proceed with their development plan, if a DIR is also required.
And you're saying the DIR is required?
That's our recommendation as well. One recommendation we could provide the applicant and the commission tonight is we remove the development plan requirement and we leave the rest for a DIR review at permitting. But obviously that removes a significant amount of the regulatory item from your perspective. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Commissioner Anderson.
You have to excuse me, I just ate an apple. However, my only hesitation is the notice for Sheldon School. And I'm concerned about where they may feel like they may have been included or slighted or not. I'm considering they have a special population.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order. This is the time for questions for staff, very respectfully, and not for comments.
Understood. I retract.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Gibson, do you have a motion, sir?
Yes, in the matter of Z212-122, I move that we approve it subject to the development impact review.
Would that be also subject to conditions? Okay, I have a second. Thank you, Commissioner Housewright, for your second. Comments?
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
ask for a clarification? I think staff's recommendation is also subject to a development plan. We want to take that out, right?
Yes.
And that would be the revised development plan circulated yesterday?
Correct.
I think the motion wants to simply be subject to conditions, and in the conditions you will see that the use is allowable subject to a development impact review, which is what David just explained. And I think the motion's intent is to completely take out the development plan.
Okay, so we have a motion, Mr. Commissioner Gibson, second by Commissioner Housewright, to close the public hearing, follow staff recommendation of approval with conditions and DIR comments. Let's see, Commissioner Stanner, please.
Yes, well, you know I'm going to have comments on this. I think this is the 7th time we've been up here on this. But at any rate, and Commissioner Gibson and I have talked, so in fact I want you to know he's prepared that I'm going to make these comments out of respect for him. In my opinion, from a land use perspective, this is like trying to put a square in a round hole. And the reason I feel this way is, unlike a bank, which they have the right to have a drive-through bank at LO1, there's not queues with banks. That's a whole different ballgame. You're not anticipating. That's why in LO1 they have limited these uses. You know, dry cleaners don't get a lot of queuing up, this, that, and the other. I think that this couldn't be a worse spot for a drive-through Starbucks. And one of the reasons I feel that also is that all the comparisons that have been given is The one at Inwood across from Jesuit, the one there, first of all, is a dine-in. Okay, Jesuit happens to own the shopping center across the street. But at any rate, being a dine-in, it can be used for studying, et cetera, et cetera. And Inwood is a 6-lane road. This is not a shared access easement. This is the main ingress and egress to this area. And I think that and the same is true with the other locations that were cited at Hall and Central Expressway. Expressways and main thoroughfares where you can easily pull in and pull out, that is where a drive-through only Starbucks, in my opinion, belongs. I don't see this as a coffee shop. It's a drive-through coffee spot. I don't see it like an amenity for the office building. I mean, an amenity is when you put a deli in there, or you put a restaurant in, or you put something like that. This isn't existing for the office building. What it's doing is saying, have traffic pull in all day long, every day, in an area that has been essentially residential all around here. And I think given that, and I'm almost finished, that the last part I want to say is I think that there's reasons that certain zonings limit what you can do there. It's out of respect for what the neighborhood is, the compatibility, and I think that there is no compatibility of this usage at that point on that easement with a drive-through Starbucks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Young.
Yes, some clarification on the motion. Was it your intent to include the revised development plan submitted yesterday?
Thank you for the clarification. My intent was to not include the development plan, but to include the conditions and the DIR.
Well, regretfully, I can't support a motion to approve a planned development district with no conceptual plan and no development plan. Additionally, I want to make some comments in response to the applicant's presentation on the issue of parking. The fact is that this proposed use is going to be parked according to code. The fact also is that the parking spaces taken up, the current parking spaces taken up by the parking for this use and by the building itself are not needed under the code for the existing office complex on the site. Given those two facts and the fact that no one is contending that there will be inadequate parking going forward if this is approved, parking seems to me to be an irrelevancy. And yet we have the applicant offering philosophical arguments regarding the high cost of free parking and free parking as a fertility drug for cars, which I think is wholly inappropriate for three reasons. First of all, it's irrelevant to this case. Secondly, this is in an auto-oriented area, and I appreciate the fact that it will be walkable for the residents of the office building and perhaps to some extent for the employees and students at the school. But it is an auto-oriented area, and you're not going to be generating additional automobile purchases or automobile trips according to the parking spaces you do or don't have. And finally, I find it quite ironic that philosophical arguments about free parking as driving unnecessary automobile use are being made when the proposed use is, with the possible exception of a certain company whose logo is two golden arches, the poster child for auto-oriented uses. So I think that was entirely unnecessary. we will debate in due course what the parking requirements should be in the city of Dallas, but this case has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please, Commissioner Poppy.
Thank you, Commissioner Young, for taking the words out of my mouth. In looking at this neighborhood, it is quite clear that no one from the neighborhood will be walking to the Starbucks and likely don't walk their kids to school. There are not even sidewalks, much less a connection to the closest townhomes that are a gated and walled community right next to the office complex. So in my mind, having looked at a recent Starbucks site and knowing that there are many in our city that create right-of-way conflicts, I'm quite impressed that 24 cars could fit in a queue on this parking lot. In fact, I feel like that's the most salient issue here for me. I've never seen that, and I'm impressed by it, though I do recognize what Mr. Navarez was saying about the exit being a potential conflict with the need to do a U-turn. I see that staff's review could be essential in creating some changes that would make this a better plan. I do feel like the site plan as it was presented a couple days ago is an improvement on the initial plan that had the entry much closer to the light. So I will not be supporting the motion as presented, but could be supportive if the development plan as issued a couple days ago were tied to it. I think that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Popkin. Commissioner Kingston, if you don't mind, I'm going to just bump right in before you just briefly, because I think we need some clarification about this DR. I know that some of us, including myself, were a little bit confused about how this, where are we here and how we have a development plan, no development plan, revised development plan, DIR. Can you educate us here about where we are and what our options are?
So, as you see in your PD conditions, the use is showing subject to a DIR. DIR means Development Impact Review. That is regulated by code. It is done by engineering department, by David Navarez at time of permitting, and he's looking at traffic flows, conflicts, and all of that. So it's part of permitting. And it usually the DIR is a requirement for drive-through type of uses. If this one, being a PD, is approved with a development plan, that means that the DIR review will not have any leverage in review because the subject site is going to be tied to a development plan. So having the two of them together is kind of confusing at permitting. So either we stay consistent and allow drive-through uses via DIR review, which is what is happening. That's how they are allowed by code right now. Either one of them drops. Either we choose the development plan and drop the DIR, either we choose the DIR and drop the development plan, and I don't know, we may keep a conceptual plan or something like that.
So in this case, it's got to be either or. Are you more or less stating that you see that there may be a conflict between the development plan and the next stage, and therefore there might be a retrofit that must happen? I know Mr. Navarez said the words U-turn to exit.
Exactly. If at permitting something during the DR review, during the traffic review is observed, it will trigger probably a development plan amendment. So, I mean, we run into these issues all the time, but I think, again, for clarity of permitting issues, maybe it's better to choose one.
Okay. And in terms of where we are here today, would it not be better for this body to get that all cleaned up if we're going to go the route of a development plan and not tie the hands of permitting later, and go ahead and get that cleaned up and make sure that the probability of, that we would have needed a DR is zero? Maybe get that cleaned up now?
I think, again, we have options. We can take the DR out and say subject to the development plan, which is what we do with all PDs. So that's also an option. What I think we're saying is just having the two of them together, kind of like it makes it a little bit convoluted. It's better to have either or.
Okay, but I'm sorry, maybe I'm misstating my question here. The question is, would this body be maybe have the option of maybe holding the case and having the development plan include the DIR process and get that cleaned up and make sure that Mr. Navarez and all the folks in his department.
The DIR is a permitting process, so the development plan is going to rule. If
yes,
the
but Mr. Navarez already highlighted a potential problem that maybe we could clean up and.
I'm sorry. I think, again, we have the option of deciding either or right now because we do have in front of us a development plan, and if you agree with it, that can move forward. Or you can, again, take a leap of faith like we do with all the drive-through uses and allow the DIR, meaning the review at a later date, and just keep the development plan as an FYI and not approve that. Or you can obviously hold it.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kingston?
Okay, well, now I have a question for staff. My understanding is that if we attach a development plan to this, then when it goes through permitting, if there is a change that would have been discovered through this DIR process, that they could come back for a minor amendment. Or we could hold the case and they can have whoever needs to review the drive-through service aspect of it done before it's presented to us so that we can include a development plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I think I might have found a solution. I was talking to our senior engineer, and one of the conditions is the DIR for the PD. But I was talking to David to see if it would be a good recommendation to approve the development plan with Davis conditions, and then remove the DIR from the PD, and then if there's issues before they change the project, they're going to have to come back anyway to change the development plan. I don't know if the Commission will think there's a possibility.
Mr. Navarez, please.
Commission, I think the problem that I have is that at permitting, an engineer is going to have to seal their plans. And that engineer is going to come to have to answer questions that we have today as far as maneuvering and being able to accommodate the queuing within their site. They won't let us know that, well, we can, but we have to make changes. And then at that point, the only solution will have to be, well, either BI will say, okay, these are minor amendments, and then it'll go to Andrea to determine if it's an administrative amendment or if it has to come to you for a minor amendment. I just don't understand why we would proceed with a development plan that we already know will need amendments. So I guess the recommendation that I actually was discussing with Oscar, sorry about the misinterpretation, the DIR allows us to have them bring in improvements like the signal upgrades to accommodate push buttons, and ramps that are outside of their property. So with all due respect, I would ask for the DIR not to be removed so that at permitting those improvements are tied to the plan. If holding it is the answer, I guess that's a question for the applicant. I know it's been held one too many times, but if we're at the very last leg and we can come up, except I just don't think that it's strange because typically the tenant normally starts with engineering plans. I haven't seen engineering plans. I've seen architectural plans that look very nice and dimensions that look very perfect on paper, but nothing that can be taken out to the field and be constructed. So that's the problem that I have holding it and for 2 weeks, and I don't know if they have an engineering consultant already. Long answer again, but trying to help the applicant because we agree that the land use fits there.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So if we move forward with only the DIR, then we lose some of the things specified in the development plan, like the outdoor seating and things like that, right? We don't have a guarantee of that, right?
Removing the development plan?
Yes.
I stop there. The rest of the regulations, by all means, I think that the PD would.
But we wouldn't get the guarantee of some of the things set forth in the development plan if we don't approve with the development plan. Is that right?
Except the development plan. Can you repeat your question?
If we approve this without a development plan, we won't be able to hold the applicant to the requirements of the development plan with certain things like site location and outdoor seating, right?
That is correct.
But if we approve without the DIR, then we lose the benefits. Do we lose the benefits of the DIR?
Yes, sir. Okay, and so with that in mind, then I hear you. You want a development plan. Let's move on with a development plan, but the development plan isn't ready. So, do you want to approve a development plan that is not ready?
So let me ask this: if we hold this, and again, I'm not making a suggestion one way or the other. I'm just trying to think through the consequences here. If we hold this at this point, is engineering able to go through the equivalent of a DIR process and fix these issues, or not?
Not in a timely manner, I would think, because keep in mind that engineering staff, we're reviewers. We're not the record engineer. The applicant will need to bring their engineers to tell us how to design, and we review. We can only provide comments back and accept those comments, or not accept those comments, but technically the design needs to come from the applicant's engineers, and I don't know if they have one. So that's a question for the applicant.
And if we were to approve with both, the risk is you get our development plan, DIR says some changes need to be made to the development plan, then we're back here on a minor amendment, maybe in front of us, maybe just an administrative.
A minor amendment. I would ask the commissioner a question. How is this development plan different than other development plans? And I think that the difference is you have staff letting you know that there are changes that need to be made. So maybe the short answer is yes. If we come back to the applicant and figure out a revision, we can get this to the end line next time.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Narvaez. Quick follow-up, Mr. Narvaez. You just stated that this development plan is not ready. It's not ready. So then is staff recommendation changing to a development plan that's not ready? And right,
yes, for the record. Yes, it's not ready.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any more questions, comments, or do we have another motion?
Can I ask a question?
Please, Commissioner Gibson.
So, with my understanding is that the problem has to do with the turning radius of people coming out of the Starbucks. Is there a way to require an amendment to either the development plan or the conditions now that would require us to fix that, and then otherwise pass it subject to the development plan? That way, we're incorporating what Mr. Navarez has said, but also passing it subject to the development plan that we'd like to do.
I'm not sure. Heard that question, Commissioner. Ms. Pham, maybe, or Oscar, you want to take a stab at that, please?
Well, this was my thinking. My thinking is that you can put conditions on the development plan. My thinking was that the DIR, the recommendations that David are doing, to make them as part of the development, the DIR review, to make that as part of the development plan as a condition, so that it can address the recommendations of our senior engineer, and that way it will meet the DIR, and if something happens or the use changes, then they still have to come back with that development plan to then modify it, but then that will be something for legal and David to agree to.
Perfect example of another DIR just next door to one of the sites that was presented earlier on Hall Street. Next door, there was a development plan that looked beautiful. On the development plan, on engineering, the dimensions didn't work. They just had to come back for an amendment recently, I think earlier this year. I think what we could do is add conditions to allow staff to make amendments at permitting to the development plan that are very specific to the parking layout.
Thank you, Mr. Narvaez. Commissioners, it is 5:13 p.m. Let's take a 15-minute break. Commissioners, it is 5:35 p.m. We're back on the record. Commissioner Gibson.
In the matter of Z212, my computer just froze. I'm looking up the number 1 second.
122?
122, I move that we keep open the public hearing and hold this over to July 7th.
Commissioners, we have a revised motion to hold the matter under advisement, keeping the public hearing open to July 7th. Can I get a second? Thank you, Commissioner Young, for your second. Any comments? Please.
Just wanted to comment and thank everyone on staff and the commissioners and the applicants for bearing with me. This has been my first contentious case, and I feel like I've learned I've gotten to learn at each element about this around traffic and walkability and the points of order, and so I just appreciate all of your patience in helping me learn as I get into this process, and we will talk again on July 7th.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilera. Good evening, Mr. Mulkey. We're going to brief some updates on this case. Mr. Mulkey, I believe that there's updates on this case. Is that correct? Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll read it into the record while that's loading. Item 8, case Z201-327, an application for a planned development district for MF2A multifamily district uses on property zoned in NC Neighborhood Commercial Subdistrict within Planned Development District number 595, the South Dallas Fair Park Special Purpose District on the east line of Bear Street between Valentine Street and Silkwood Street. Staff's recommendation is approval, subject to a development plan, a landscape plan, and conditions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners will begin
and I have
with Mr.
some
Mulkey.
updates.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
So since the last meeting and what was published in the docket last Friday, the applicant has revised conditions to codify the deviations requested on their proposed landscape plan that's been included now. Also, the conditions have been revised to require a minimum of 15% of units available to households at 61 to 80% AMFI to receive development bonuses to the yard, lot, and space regulations, visual obstruction regulations, off-street parking and loading, and landscaping. Also, since the last meeting, if a minimum percentage of the affordable units is not provided, the property would be subject to standard MF2A regulations. In either scenario, the design standards in Section 115 would apply to new construction for multifamily uses. And then since... I think Jason's running it. Could you go to... it starts at slide 19, Mr. Poole. Okay, yeah, so that's what I just said. Those landscape plan conditions are now codified, adding a minimum of 15% of units at 61 to 80% to receive development bonuses to the yard, lot, and space regulations, visual obstruction regulations, off-street parking and loading, and landscaping. If that minimum percentage is not provided, the property would be subject to standard MF2A regulations. In either scenario, the design standards in Section 115 of the PD would apply to new construction for multifamily uses. And then updates since the publication of the docket that were circulated this week. The maximum height has been revised from 45 feet to 36 feet. There was confusion over how the City of Dallas measures the height of the building, so now the applicant is able to just meet the standard max height of the base MF2A district of 36 feet. However, they are still proposing to eliminate RPS with the PD. We've also added a condition to increase the height of the fence along the rear property line that's shared with single-family uses from 6 feet to 8 feet. The applicant also provided updated development plan and landscape plan that was circulated this week that reduces the amount of driveway paving and parking spaces to provide more on-site green space while still meeting the minimum parking requirements proposed in the PD. This is what that change looks like to the height. So you can see they're just meeting the standard 36-foot height of the base MF2A district, and that RPS would not apply. And then that's that condition for fencing added to the design standards section, that an 8-foot high fence is required along a property line shared with a single-family use. Here's what that looks like on the development standards comparison table. So the proposed PD for MF2, those standards apply if the minimum of 15% affordable is provided and the height has been changed from 45 to 36 feet. This is the development plan as it was published last Friday, and this is the updated development plan as it was circulated this week. Where's my cursor? You can see that they have closed off access to Silkwood to the south to provide some more green space and trees here. Also reduced a few of the parking spaces to provide more green space in this area near the dumpster enclosure. This is the landscape plan as it was published last Friday, and then the revised landscape plan as it was circulated this week. You can see they've added some more landscaping to this area of the site, as well as some more trees. With that, staff's recommendation is approval, subject to development plan, a landscape plan, and conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulkey. Questions, commissioners?
Mr. Mulkey, when was the revised landscape plan sent out?
I meant to send it out yesterday at about 5 p.m. It was circulated earlier this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for that.
Commissioner Hampton.
Well, just a follow-up question on that. I actually had a number of questions on the landscape plan. Has staff had an opportunity to evaluate these plans?
The plan was prepared in response to a conversation that staff had with the applicant last Friday on some ideas to provide more on-site open space. I'll kick it to Mr. Irwin to speak to the landscape plan. I believe he had some thoughts on it.
Good evening, everyone. Phil Irwin, Chief Arborist. Is there a particular question?
I was just asking if staff had had an opportunity to evaluate the landscape plan.
I've been evaluating it periodically today, trying to assess what I could from the plan and from our comments on last Friday. They did make significant adjustment there along Silkwood in an effort to protect a large oak tree which is adjacent to an existing single-family residence. So that was a major adjustment to the site that I felt. There is actually, and this plan may actually have some landscaping I might actually recommend removing just for the protection of that oak. And so basically it would have minimal impact to the root system for that tree. And also along Silkwood itself, I did remember looking at the water utilities lines that I think there's a line there within Silkwood that might prohibit the planting of those trees in that location.
And so would it be possible, I guess, to evaluate either a alternate location for those trees or an alternate tree, perhaps an ornamental in lieu of a canopy tree that may not propose as significant of a conflict with the existing utilities?
Well, for the parkway itself, I think our engineers would resist having any trees over a water line.
Right.
As far as planting elsewhere those trees, there might be a space to plant some small ornamentals in close proximity to the property boundary, but there's really little space there to provide more than small plants for ornamental purposes.
And so I think if I understood you, where they're preserving the large existing tree closest to Silkwood at the rear property line, there's some potential conflicts with some of the proposed new landscaping that might need to be evaluated. There's a question on some of the parkway planting trees that would need to be evaluated. I think a number of the trees that are shown on Bear Street, there's 7 new trees there. Has there been any consideration of what that tree species might be that would be appropriate? I think there's existing live oaks, I believe, or would those be recommended to be maintained based on the available area?
It's hard. A live oak, but typically, like any large tree, requires a significant amount of soil space. These particular planting locations don't have a massive amount of soil availability to them. I think these trees will grow and mature nicely for a while, and then at some point they'll start to show some decline and difficulty to be able to get it to a large significant size unless they can find a route to soils and be able to sustain themselves. So if there's an access somewhere to some soils in a yard, around the side yards or something like that, that'll help the tree, but this is a very narrow space.
And thank you. And 2 additional questions, if I may. When we look at I'm going to say it plan north of the site, I think it's true north as well, on Valentine Street, there's 2 live oaks, and then I think there's been some adjustments to the drive access there. Where there is I'm going to call it a planting edge, not the 2 feet, but the wider, I'm going to say it's approximately 6 feet, and there's a red bud shown there. What would be the minimum size where a canopy tree might be appropriate, essentially to mimic what's now on the south side of the site?
Well, you would go with any large species that they might want to select from our approved list. Generally, a 5-foot space is often used in planting spaces in many landscapes that we review. So if they have a 6-foot, that's great, and we can work with that. The main thing, we want to make sure the trees are off the boundary so don't have future boundary conflicts with a mature tree. So I think they can center those trees adequately to be able to at least have something growing there. An oak, it's fine.
And if this is Mr. Irwin or Mr. Mulkey, Has engineering reviewed the proposed drive access and the revisions to this for fire access and general circulation?
Yeah, so I believe Mr. Nevarez is here. He can speak to the review. I don't think he had any concerns. And then for fire, I did forward the plans to our contact in fire, and he didn't have any concerns.
So would there be an opportunity to further consider the drive access off of Valentine to perhaps provide any additional area for the landscaping?
I don't think the access off of Valentine was considered, being removed or modified to allow for more green space.
Well, and I think they may have adjusted I'm going to call it the throat coming in off of Valentine to increase that from the 2 feet. Or anyway, I thought there was a minor adjustment to that access.
Yeah, sorry, my memory is coming back. I think it was reconfigured a little bit, maybe to provide some room for that crepe myrtle on the landscape plan.
Okay, and is it correct that the 15-foot wide alley that's bisecting the two buildings, that's a continuation of the existing public alley, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so would there be any ability to think about a different material that would maybe make that a flex space for the residents?
Yeah, that would be a question for Mr. Nevarez.
And I think I see him. Mr. Nevarez, do you need me to repeat the question?
May I repeat your question, Commissioner? Because I believe I understood, but essentially what you're asking is to eliminate the access from Valentine, to close the access from Valentine.
Oops, pardon me. Sorry, I was talking on mute, so my apologies. And the question was, it looks like they had adjusted the drive access off of Valentine, and it just as if there was any further opportunity to provide additional area for landscaping, essentially to allow for a different tree species potentially. I think Mr. Irwin may have answered that. The second question was regarding the 15-foot alley that bisects the two buildings, and if there was an opportunity to consider an alternate paving material there so that it could be an amenity space for the property when not in use.
And regarding the non-standard material, that would require not only an agreement but a license as well, and that would have to go through Public Works, our real estate division. Typically, providing alternate materials for alleys, it's complicated, but it's not impossible. I am not sure if we can add any conditions here that would overlap with a review by real estate.
Thank you.
It's been done, I believe, though. If someone can correct me, I can think of a couple of projects in Uptown that have alleys with enhanced materials.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rubin.
Yes, just a follow-up question for Mr. Irwin. In light of your comments today on the landscape plan that's been submitted, are you comfortable recommending the approval today, or do you feel like we need additional time to iron those issues out, or can these be sorted out on its way to council?
Well, I think it might be something that could be sorted out to council. It's basically, actually, my suggestions would actually be removing a couple of plants versus actually trying to figure out how to provide more. It's just basically trying to protect what's there already.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young.
I think this is for Mr. Mulkey. In fact, the 15-foot alley has not been constructed in this area. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the applicant would be required, as a condition of getting a building or getting a CO, to construct that portion of the alley.
I believe so, yes.
Whether using standard paving materials or by special arrangement using enhanced paving materials.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Popkin.
Along that same line of questioning, if this weren't considered an alley, could there be permeable pavers or any other type of material used in any other place on this site to allow cars to drive and use as an amenity space when cars aren't driving on it?
David will probably need to answer that question. I think the question was posed about possibly removing the alley, and I remember that was not an option, but I'll let Mr. Neverez speak.
Commissioners, I think that we need to understand the alley continues east, and therefore we can't look at this development without noticing that even though it's not an existingly used alley, someone could come in tomorrow and develop a property next door, and they would have to improve that alley up until their property lines. But we can explore the possibility of enhanced materials. Yes, ma'am.
I guess my question is, since there is not an existing alley, are you saying that there is right-of-way that could be an alleyway at any point in the future and therefore should be built on this site?
Regretfully, we have to think of this as an alley. Whether it's the functional or operational, it is an alley. And the reason is tomorrow we could have a developer come in tomorrow and they will develop this, will be required to improve the alley as an alley. As far as the section smoke, it'd be ideal if we could just remove this section and connect the two portions of the properties. That would be an ideal solution, but we can't ignore the fact that there is an alley running along the rest of the block, and if we abandon it, for example, we would have to get permission, not a permission, but the request would have to come in from all those property owners in order to remove it from this block. But going back to your question on enhanced materials, alternative materials, that's something, there's a mechanism for it, and if added as a condition, we can move forward with that and at permitting with an agreement and a license so that the city would not be responsible for the maintenance of the pavers or what it could be.
Okay, so one point of clarification, as I'm looking at satellite images, it looks as though if there is city right-of-way in this block, it has been claimed by every single neighbor in their backyard fence. Am I looking at this wrong? So there's an existing right-of-way.
The alley is currently not operational.
So there's an existing right-of-way that's not in operation.
That is correct, ma'am. Someone is not paying taxes and using their space. The alley is not available to the public right now, but it's public.
That is very odd. Thank you for the clarification.
Surely, but I want to clarify it. It's very common, actually, in areas of the city where that haven't gone through the development in recent years.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
I have a question continuing on the vein of the alley, not so alley. If anywhere down the line, Mr. Navarro, someone comes in and even if they don't connect the alleys, the fact that you can look one way or the other and see that the intent of the alley was there would cause someone to think that this section a car could conceivably go down. So the use, so it would be confusing to have dual uses. Am I correct? Dual uses where kids may be playing and cars may be going?
I don't think that I agree that it would be confusing. It would be designed as an alley. It wouldn't have sidewalks. It wouldn't have dedicated space for anything other than just access. And it's a mix of utilities and vehicles and pedestrians. To the naked eye, it will look like a very narrow driveway, and that's fine too.
I think that answers that question. Can I? On the change, you said that Mr. Mulkey, that since it's the June 2nd, the proposed conditions have been revised to require a minimum of 15% of the total number of units are available in household earning the standard 61 to 80, and that if this does not, if this level does, this 15%, if I understood correctly, if the 15% was not made, then it would go back to the standard MF2 conditions?
That's correct.
So if they go in with this 15% and somewhere down the line the 15% is not honored, would that then, how do you manage that?
In this scenario, is the site built out already? Okay. So if for whatever reason in the future they're not honoring the minimum affordability requirement, and even if, well, I don't know why I asked that question, because even if the site is built out, they would still be required to meet standard MF2A regs for the site.
So are they getting bonuses or changes that are non-MF2 standards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so pretty much the whole project is not standard MF2. Or I won't go that far, but the deviations that are shown in the conditions of the PD are what they would receive in exchange for providing a minimum of 15% at 61 to 80.
So how do you with the, and I guess my challenge or my question is, if the minimum percentage is not provided, affordability is not provided, then the property would be subject to the standard regulations of MF2, and if it's already built out and and they don't meet that, then all of the bonuses that they have been given would then become non-compliant, and okay, thank you.
They'd have a lot of problems.
Thank you. Mr. Narvaez, do you have an additional comment about the alley?
And I just realized I wasn't muted, excuse me. Just wanted to clarify that the reason why there is a need for a license and an agreement is to make sure that someone, not the city, is responsible for the maintenance and to avoid ponding or broken material that needs to be upgraded regularly being left unnoticed. If and when the properties to the east develop, then traffic will use this as an access point to their backside of their properties. Potentially at one point, sanitation could use this as an access point as well. I know that's not great news to the developer or the commission, because we're looking at a beautiful plan that would connect two pieces of well-needed properties, but an alley is an alley unless it's abandoned, and we cannot abandon it unless we abandon the entire section of the block, which is an option if every property is a participant.
Commissioners, additional questions for staff?
When this applicant was here the last time, I thought I heard him say they intended to do 100% of affordable. Why not just have that in the conditions?
So that is related to housing department's involvement with this project. I will let Darwin Wade with the housing department, who's available remotely, speak to that element of this project. However, I will say I ran the minimum percentage and that income band by housing when I was, or staff did or whatever, with revising these conditions. And they did not have any objections to that, and it wouldn't interfere with the percentages that are being proposed through the housing department. So if Mr. Wade is available, I can kick it over to him.
Hello, Darwin Wade here, Development Manager. Yes, we have no issues with the 15% requirement. It is in alignment with our NOFA. So we are okay with that.
Well, first of all, we can't see you, so if you could turn your camera on, that'd be great. And secondly, my question wasn't whether you were okay with 15%. My question was if we are building a project that is entirely affordable housing and we're putting it in this MVA, why aren't we being honest and saying it's entirely affordable housing as a condition to get the numerous entitlements they're seeking?
Camera on. It looks like I'm here. To answer your question, based off of our involvement with this project and the developer, it was not required to have the developer have 100% affordable units for this project. The 15% is in alignment with what the NOFA puts out, and that's what those are requirements that we required, so that's where we are with them.
Thank you. Commissioner Blair.
I have a question when it comes down to the MVA, because if we're doing 61 to 80% of the MV of the 61 to 80% of the MVA, right?
That's the income band proposed for the minimum 15%, yes.
So what is that income that you would be required to make?
So with PDs for that involve mixed income housing, staff's standard recommendation for D, E, or F MVA areas is 5% at 61 to 80% of AMI. I forget which specific MVA area this is in. I believe it's D, but I can double check that real quick.
Are you saying this area is a D? And
give me 1 second. Do you have it? There you go. Oh no, that's similar but a different thing. I'm sorry, this is an E MVA area. But the standard staff recommendation would still be a minimum of 5% at 61 to 80.
I'm sorry, but I need to challenge your MBA because I know this community, and this community is not as high as where I live, and I'm not in a D or E.
Mr. Mulkey, is it correct that the areas shown on our case report, 825 west and northwest of this, show an MVA of I?
Yeah, so there are MVA areas and then there are MVA clusters. So what we include in our case report is surrounding clusters of property with existing residential uses. Those are evaluated and assigned different MVA clusters. However, we also have an MVA map that covers all property, whether it has an existing residential use or not. And on that particular map, the MVA area is E. And Mr. Wade might be able to provide more detail.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rubin.
Just one follow-up on the AMFI income bands. Is it correct that even if the income requirement or the income band that we select for this project is 61 to 50, we could rent those units to people making below, or the developer could rent those units to people making below the 61% figure under the MIH program?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, for staff? Okay. We will now begin with the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners.
You might want to check to see if the mic is on.
Can you hear me? Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Heath Boyles, 1719 Angel Parkway, Allen, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I would like to apologize. Trey with City Build came down with an illness and is unable to attend tonight. And Michael Westfall, who is part of our firm, is traveling internationally and is unable to attend. So we did hear some of the concerns that were mentioned at the last meeting. We'd like to address a couple of those. I think Ryan did a great job running through the changes that we've made. And we do appreciate staff support in finding a way to connect the development bonuses for mixed-use housing in the PD. I know that was a big concern that was talked about last meeting. One of the other discussions was about the parking. And one of the things that I think would be helpful to point out is one of the programs that Bonton has in place. They actually partner with the residents. I'm sorry, is that a little easier? Okay. They actually partner with their residents on obtaining bus passes and providing them donated bicycles. They partner with Bike Friendly Dallas. If you've heard of that organization, it's another great organization who donates the bikes and helps perform maintenance. There's actually 2 bus DART stops within about a block of our site. And along Bear Street, there is really a great potential for a really cool streetscape. I don't know if the commissioners have had a chance to go out to the site, but if you have, you've noticed that they've got this really cool paved paver sidewalk with tree wells spaced with some of the trees are in need of a little TLC, and hopefully if this project is approved, we can improve on that. But they also have bike lanes, on-street parking. It's a really cool and unique feel, I think. And so it would really serve the proposed use well, in my opinion. One of the other things that was really discussed last week, and obviously a little bit tonight, but the maximum height that we're requesting. We've reduced that request from 45 feet, as Ryan noted, to comply with just straight multifamily requirements. Still would be in conflict with RPS, so we're requesting that variance. This site is zoned PD 595 neighborhood commercial. What could go in there today would be a non-residential building. I believe the rear setback, side yard setback is 15 feet. The allowable building height would be 26 feet. So that just kind of giving a comparison on what could be allowed. One of the other changes that we made and was discussed is we're proposing an 8-foot fence along the residential property line. And that actually ties into another point. We actually heard that there might be some comments from the community that weren't heard. We have Clifton here with the Neighborhood Association with us again this evening.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Please stand by. I'm sure there'll be questions for you. Anyone else like to speak in support? Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I think last meeting, it was late and a lot going on, a lot of things said. Everybody wanted to get home. I know I did. I got 2 little kids at the house that want to see daddy. So from a community standpoint, for a long time, I grew up in this community and watched a lot of things happen, a lot of things not happen in our community. And, you know, when Bonton Farms did come in this community, they came alongside the community to want to invest in the community. You know, me being a resident, my name's Clifton Reese, by the way. Clifton Reese, stay at 2813 Doris Street, a block over from where this project will be. Like I said, you know, the opportunities that housing will provide for the people that will be in this, a part of this project will bring a lot. You know, you think about housing is not the only thing, it's access to housing is the main thing. You know, I was one of those guys that was forced into homelessness and wish we had a way out. 16 years ago, I was sleeping in a car, in an abandoned car right in the projects down there in Turner Courts. Somebody gave me an opportunity. Now I own a home right in the same community that I was once taken away from. And so now it's just time for me to give back, and me serving as a neighborhood association president, try to help fight for transformation to happen in that community. It means a lot, and to partner with Bonton Farms and other organizations in our community to make it better. That's what it's about. And the one thing I want to say before my time's up, because y'all are quick to say time's up. Oh yeah, so we do. So in me, since the last meeting, I'm sitting outside of houses because we serve in the working community where people in the community. I wish we could have our community here, but a lot of people get off late. They go to work early and get off late, and it's hard for them to sit up here, especially people that's struggling to sit up here and take care of themselves, to sit up here and be here and take away from that time. So me standing outside, I was outside this morning waiting on a couple to wake up so I can sit up here. And so we have 6 letters that went out where people signed in support of what this project means to them. So in support of it. And so one thing I got from Forbes magazine is crazy to me. It says housing does more than just provide physical shelter. Say it gives people a sense of belonging, a safer living environment, and a community to call home. So without stable housing, and this is something that we fight for in our community, without stable housing, financial security is usually out of reach. So without an affordable place to live, accessing job training, higher education, child care, and even medical treatment can be impossible. And so this is what we fight for to see happen in our community, and our community is fighting to see this happen. So we need your help. Every single one of you guys around this, every single one of y'all. And so that's it.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in support of this item? Do we have any online speakers? No online speakers. Anyone here like to speak in opposition? Commissioners, questions for our speakers. Commissioner Carpenter.
Mr. Voiles? I know you ran out of time while you were describing the changes you had made to your application since the last time. You got as far as the fence. Would you like to continue what you were describing?
Yes, thank you. As Clifton noted, we did receive 7 letters of support. The important letter that we did receive is the homeowner that is actually right behind our site. His property is on the south side of the alley. Bonton actually owns the north side of the alley, so it would be the same ownership as what's proposing this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young.
Sir, how many of those letters were from the property owners and how many from the residents who may be tenants, for example?
I received the letters at the meeting. I haven't had a chance. I know that they had addresses associated with them. I don't know the answer to that question other than specifically the neighbor behind us.
The surnames on the letters from the 2 adjacent residents on Silkwood are different from those on the tax rolls. I don't know if that means they're recent acquisitions or if they're tenants, and I'm not suggesting that the views of tenants are unimportant, but I'm just trying to get clarity about, I'm just trying to get clarity.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Hampton.
Mr. Voiles, I think you may have heard some of the questions about the landscaping and how we might, or how the site is organized. I was just wanting to get your thoughts, and would also love to hear from Mr. Reese as well on how that might contribute to the project and the future residents for this site.
Sure. We did hear what was mentioned at the last meeting about lack of open space, and it did give us an opportunity to rethink our layout. And I got to say, I think that it actually worked out really well, the changes that we've made. It allowed us to save a 35-inch live oak tree that actually screens the residential property next to us really well. We've also associated crepe myrtles to act as screening. We did realign the drive coming in to stick a tree on the north side and additional crepe myrtles over there. where we can. The landscaping does get a little bit narrow along the fence, and we can't plant in some of the areas, but we did try to take as much opportunity to enhance the green space, and it sounds like we might have went overboard a little bit, but that's okay. I think we can definitely make those changes to reduce it as we move forward.
And I guess we heard from Mr. Irwin during our briefing that, you know, there may need to be some adjustments to reflect protecting that existing tree. I guess as you think about that tree, is there any consideration of perhaps replacing the ornamental trees on the north side of the site along Valentine that could essentially provide a similar screening for the adjacent property? Or is that something, I know the Bonton lot that you just mentioned appears to be utilized for a community garden currently. Is that planned to be developed, or are they planning to maintain that as part of an amenity for these residents?
I don't know what the long-term plan is for that site. It is being utilized right now as a garden, and it is basically an extension of what they're doing to the south. I foresee that as being what it continues to be in the future, but I don't know that for a fact. The developer would be open to relocating any trees, moving them around, working with Phil on. Bonton loves trees, so if you've been to the south, you've seen that they've got a pretty well-treed site. So yes, we would be happy to work with Phil to plant as many as we can.
And then final question for you. I think you heard a lot of discussion about the alley and the access, its current condition. Is that something that would be beneficial for the project to think about that in terms of an alternate material? You know, it's not currently being utilized as an alley. It looks like it may be part of your site circulation with the elimination of the other drive, but it just seemed like it might be a gathering space that might be an amenity for the residents. I didn't know if you had any thoughts on that.
Sure. We did originally request abandoning that alley for that reason. We would love to have it as an open space area, but talking with staff, we would have to abandon all of the alley to the east as well, which is a pretty substantial task. So we ended up going ahead and paving it. We would be open to alternative materials. Typically, I would recommend against permeable surfaces right next to buildings, just because of the soils that we have here. It lets water in and our soils can heave. But if we wanted to do some sort of paver, some sort of enhanced pavement like that, I think that would be something that could benefit.
Thank you. And thank you both for joining us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Yap.
Are you planning a pitched roof or a flat roof, or do you maybe not know yet?
The preliminary architectural plans that we have a pitched roof.
Okay, so the top point of your roof would be somewhat above 36 feet.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, the current zoning is community retail?
It's PD 595, subdistrict, neighborhood commercial.
Neighborhood commercial. Sorry. In that light, is there any plan for any sort of commercial replacement for the spaces that you guys would be using at this site? For instance, it's currently neighborhood commercial. If you put townhomes there, then the opportunity at neighborhood commercial goes away. And that neighborhood commercial, there's opportunities at small business creation and revenue. So my concern is, are there, and I know you guys have some plans going on, but just for the body here, are you planning to replace any of the commercial or retail space that might have typically been at this location?
So specifically retail, I'm unaware of any changes, but there is a health and wellness center that they're working on right now, just as a continued outreach to the community. And then obviously they have the marketplace further south on Bonton that is a retail for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, for the applicant? Questions for staff? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Rubin, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. In the matter of Z201-327, I move that we follow staff's recommendation of approval, subject to the revised development plan, revised landscape plan, and conditions as briefed.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for your motion. Commissioner Hampton for your second. Comments? Commissioner Rubin.
I just want to say I'm pleased to support the motion. I think this applicant has come a long way in meeting the body's concerns while providing some much-needed housing for the area. And I'm happy to make the motion.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to applaud the applicant and staff for working on this. I will say it always gives me concern when we're removing residential proximity slope. I do think adjusting the height to 36 feet and some of the measures that were taken regarding landscaping help treat that edge and help transition this to the adjacent community. I do hope that they will continue to work with staff and explore opportunities. I spent a little bit of time this afternoon trying to figure out how to get some trees along the rear property line, but defer to Mr. Irwin that wasn't really a good idea. But I think they do have some opportunities. This developer and Bonton have clearly made a huge investment in a community that is much needed, and I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Stannard.
Well, as you know, I'll be supporting it. And I think the most important thing is this is an area, you started in one part of this area. Now you're moving to this part of the area. And to provide this kind of housing, 36 units or whatever you have now, is phenomenal. And I really applaud what you're doing. Thank you. And you did make so many wonderful changes listening to the comments here. You were very flexible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Young.
My comments are very much along the lines of Commissioner Hampton's. I've got two little angels sitting on my shoulders, and one is whispering, don't let them violate the residential proximity slope, and the other is saying, well, they've gone a long way towards screening the adjacent residential. So I'm going to be, albeit reluctantly, in support of the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Pocket.
I agree with a lot of the sentiment. I think you guys have made some good changes. I think it's a good project. But most important to me, I really appreciate that the neighbors wrote letters in support, that you came and showed up to represent the neighborhood. I know this neighborhood has seen a lot of different types of new housing. I've been following Bonton for almost 10 years now, and it's really incredible what they've given back to the community. It really seems like the community is strengthening around some strategic improvements, and it's kind of cool to see a creative mix of housing in here, especially that the neighbors are excited about. So appreciate all of your time and efforts, and thank the community for their participation in this process as well. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Blair.
This is a hard one, and I reluctantly have gone, well, I know the community. I've spent a lot of time in the community. And this one is a very extremely emotional case for me. In all in the name of transparency, although I have no financial nor any kind of ties, there's a park that used to be called Rochester Park. It's now William Blair Senior Park, which is my ex-father-in-law. And I know this community very intimately because I was there when the park was renamed. I've spent a lot of time down there. If you look at the history of this particular area, when the blacks were ran out of other areas in the city, they were sent to this area. They were gated in. It was a floodplain, and every time it rained, the community flooded, and the city didn't care. Sure did. The reason why that park is named William Blair Senior Park is because he was this very strong advocate for human rights, civil rights, and the black community. He was still my father-in-law when he passed away. He was a veteran. He gave his life for this country. He was a member of the Negro Baseball League. He was a pitcher. This community is not an MVAE. No matter what you want to say, no matter what pocket you want to call it, it is not an MVAE. It's not an MVAF. It's not even an MVAG. One of the things, because he was a Negro baseball player, that was that had to happen was it had to have a baseball field. And one of the last things he did before he passed away was made sure there was a baseball field. If you go back, and one of the things we talked about on our ride today, looking at Elm Thicket, how the community, the history where was taken from this particular community, all in the name of progress. And then to hear my fellow commissioners say, oh, this is a good place to put more housing. You are perpetuating again the same thing that has happened to Elm Thicket. You're perpetuating it to this particular community. I spoke with the owner of Bonton. He's doing a wonderful thing. He's doing an absolutely wonderful thing. After the last meeting, I took myself, me and a girlfriend, we went for a ride. Because I forgot exactly where this was until I walked up to the William Blair Senior Park. And one of the things that we did, we were coming in, it was a Saturday. City Code was bringing the trash in that they had spent all day picking up from all over the city into to their site right along the lines of this development. To say this is good, I say you're mistaken. I cannot support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been in discussion with you guys and have been over to the place several times, and I'm actually from the area, graduated from Lincoln High School in the area, intimately involved, used to ride bikes and do everything over in the area. Had family that lived in the old Bonton apartments that were torn down, participated in some of the flooding that happened every time it rained, which was a concern of all of ours. We learned the history of Bonton Farms, well, not Bonton Farms, I'm sorry, of Bonton, and the racial injustices and the bombings and all the things that happened, and how the people were cordoned to that area and then forced to make a life in that area, for instance. The sanitary facilities are in that area. The dump, this is where Shingle Mountain was in the vicinity of. It is an area that needs to be revitalized. In that light, I appreciate Bonton Farms and what you guys are doing, and the role that you've played and the investments that you've put in. However, I still think that there's a lot more work to be done to bring light to the various things that made it impossible to live in the area, and to reflect on those things and to never forget what happened, so that, as Commissioner Blair is saying, we don't follow back into that same circle. Part of my concern is about the neighborhood retail underlay, I guess it would be, because that area, while it needs housing, it needs retail, it needs science, it needs technology, innovation. Those kinds of approaches are what's needed to create a sustainable community. To say we want to put affordable housing all over the southern sector really is a disservice to community building. And I want to make sure that we are all aware of the efforts that we make and the things that we approve and that may or may not be in the best light for that community. I will support the motion because I like you guys. I need to see progress in the community. We have to see progress in the community. But I will beat you guys up on everything else that you're doing so that we can get this thing in the right direction. But I will support the motion. I'm not necessarily happy to. I wish that there was a live-work component or something to help maintain the... I'll support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments before we go to the second round?
Yeah, I just would like, Mr. Boyles, may I ask you a question? My understanding at our last hearing... We're already past
questions,
okay,
Commissioner
who
Stanton.
would I say that? Well, I'll say it. I'll
Please.
just say it.
Please.
Okay. My understanding our last hearing that this was to be not just housing, but housing for people working down there at the community gardens and at Bonton Farms, which I do see that sort of as a live where you work kind of concept, you know, that if these people are having come from long ways away and there's nowhere for them to live down there, that it does sort of start growing a community that hopefully then can support more retail.
Thank you, Commissioner Standard. I will be supporting the motion. I, like Commissioner Popkin, have watched this area for over a decade. In fact, I think it is rare the month that goes by that I don't have lunch there. It's actually an amazingly intriguing area with lots of dynamic people there all the time. I don't think I've ever been there and had lunch and not seen somebody that I've known. It's a community that clearly needs investment. This is a project that's only gotten better now. With your flexibility and the work of Commissioner Van, who is supporting, by the way, the case but could not make it here today. And I hope that this adds to the community that I think we all care a lot about. Commissioner, any other comments? Okay. Commissioners, in the matter of Z201-327, we have a motion by Commissioner Rubin, second by Commissioner Hampton, to close the public hearing, file staff recommendation of approval, subject to a revised development plan, revised landscape plan, and conditions as briefed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No. No.
2 in opposition. Kingston and Blair. Motion passes. Kingston and Blair. Thank you. Mr. Mulkey.
Item 9, case Z212-175, an application for a WR3 walkable urban residential district on property zoned in IR Industrial Research District on the southeast line of Kimsey Drive, northeast of Maple Avenue. Staff's recommendation is approval, and I don't believe this case has been briefed. Okay, yes, so this is Z212-175. Next slide, please. I already said all of that, so we can move on to the next slide, please. This is a location map showing the property within city limits. As you can see, it's just northwest of downtown. Next slide. Aerial map showing these 3 lots outlined in blue, as well as surrounding uses. Next slide. Zoning map with surrounding districts and land uses. To the northwest, zoned MF2A are multifamily uses. To the northeast, zoned IR are single-family uses. To the southeast is IR, as well as undeveloped, with undeveloped property, as well as a vehicle display sales and service use. And then to the southwest is single-family, also zoned IR. So the request area consists of 3 lots currently zoned in IR district. 1 lot is currently undeveloped. The other 2 lots are developed with single family. The applicant proposes to redevelop the site with multifamily under WR3 district standards. So I did this on the last case where we were recommending a form district, but this is just a basic overview of form districts as a recap. So form-based zoning differs from traditional zoning in that development standards focus primarily on the form of the building rather than an intended land use. The desired form of buildings in this style is typically more urban. It's characterized by multiple stories located at the front of the site, closer to the street. This combined with standards for street frontage, transparency, building articulation, and pedestrian amenities. This is intended to ensure an active streetscape that encourages pedestrian activity and screens parking. Benefits to property owners include additional buildable area, increased height, density, and floor area, and reduced parking requirements that encourage use of multimodal transportation. Form districts are intended for neighborhoods with a dense urban character and high walkability. Next slide. So this is maybe not the best example, but this is an example of setbacks as applied under traditional zoning districts. There's a very clear front yard as well as a rear yard and a side yard adjacent to streets. Next slide. And this is an example of that same sort of layout, but under a WR3 district. So the building is pushed up to the front of the street to create a better streetscape. There's a minimum percentage with street frontage, so a minimum percentage of the building has to be located on the street. This is what the height would look like under a form district, as well as different elements that are required along a facade in a form district. Next slide, please. And then these are some examples from Article 13 of what an apartment living development type is intended to look like under a WR3 form district. Next slide. Okay, so some site photos. Can I do this? So this is on Kinsey Drive looking southeast at the front of these lots. There's one with an existing single-family use. That's the vacant lot, and then the other lot with a single-family use. Surrounding uses. So this is on Kinsey Drive on the southeast side of the street looking east. These are the single-family uses that are currently zoned IR. And then these are the newer multifamily uses on the northwest side of the street, zoned MF2A. Some more views of those uses. And this is on Kinsey Drive looking southwest. Further down the street. And then I included some photos of the street frontage of these lots that are zoned MF2. So pretty much all of these lots came in as individual zoning districts, all requesting MF2 over the past 10 years or so. This kind of provides an example of what that looks like in terms of design standards. So there's not a great front facade. As you can see, the garages and the units themselves kind of face inward along this driveway. There is some landscaping along the sidewalk, but it's not super elaborate, and a lot of the front yard is taken up by driveway. And you can see that more clearly here. So pretty much the whole front yard of this lot is driveway, and there's not a great street-facing facade under the MF2A regs. Just more examples of that. So in this case, I did kind of want to offer a little bit of consideration. So staff does assess this as having an emerging dense urban character in the surrounding area. There's immediate proximity to the Inwood Love Field Dart Station. The critical mass requirement is also met. There's more detail about that in the case report. One of the area plans that applies to this property, the Stemmons Corridor Southwestern Medical District Area Plan, designates this area as urban residential medium, which supports the form district. Plus, this is viewed in that plan as a DART Inwood Station strategic opportunity area. I also spoke with some of our colleagues in parks. By the end of this year, there will be a walking trail that extends from the south up to the Inwood Love Field DART Station. And then in the future, there is talk of extending that walking trail north of the Inwood Love Field DART Station, which would run along the eastern edge of Kimsey Drive. With all that, staff's recommendation is approval, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulkey. Commissioners, before we take questions, for the record, Commissioner Popkin has a conflict on this item and stepped out of the chamber. Questions? Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mulkey, I think you covered this generally, but the existing zoning is IR. However, all the recent cases and the recent redevelopment in this area have all been MF2. Is that correct?
On this side of Kimsey, yeah. If you go further southwest, there's a few PDs that have a multifamily base, but yeah, these have all been for MF2.
And I know they're slightly outside of the area of our recent cases, but there's also two other cases that were Kimsey at Maple, essentially at the hard corners, that also have just come through as MF2 zoning. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm, that's correct.
And as we look at this and evaluate how the character is developing, the MF2 would require a 15-foot setback. However, form-based code would give it a min-max, and so it would be a maximum of 15, potentially up to 5, but there's additional open space requirements that are built into the form-based code. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's usable open space. That's not simply counting setbacks and other non-built areas. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And Article 13 goes into detail about what that needs to be, how the requirement can be met, et cetera.
And you covered this in your slide, is that while there's 50 feet allowed height, which varies from 36, it's also limited to 3.5 stories with the proposed WR3. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that generally consistent with what we're seeing in the MF2 that's being built out?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And two other questions. We have this case that is before us. It started as 2 lots, was expanded to include 3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are there also 2 other pending cases on Kimsey?
There are. There is a case we just received on the lot immediately southwest of this request area and immediately northeast of this request area. So the 2 abutting lots.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Questions? Okay, we're ready for our speaker. Is Mr. Adamski online?
We may have lost him, but I'll defer to staff if he's still online. He had a conflict at 6 o'clock.
No, he is no longer on. Okay, commissioners, second round for Mr. Mulkey. Any questions?
I'll ask one follow-up that
Please.
I didn't ask. Did you receive any community feedback or input on this case?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do, and I have brief comments if I have a second, and my apologies, that moved fast. On case number Z212-175, I move to close the public hearing and approve the request per staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hampton, for your motion. Commissioner Carpenter for your second. Comments, Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you. We had another case recently that came through as MF2, and staff had recommended WR3 zoning. In that case, we didn't support it, but a few of us spoke in favor of consideration to form-based zoning. I held this at our last meeting to really make sure that I understood this and to reach out to some of the community members who had been involved in some of the other recent zoning cases. This is going to be a different type of product. I think it will likely be similar to what we've been seeing, but I think we'll address some of the concerns that we've seen on other cases on the amount of concrete, how the organization of drives and access is impacting our streetscapes, and hopefully create the more walkable environment that this is intended to foster. I'm recommending approval, knowing that it's going to be the first. I don't know exactly what this will end up looking like, but it is my hope that it will begin to put in the design standards that are embedded within the form-based districts and be supported by all the criteria that Mr. Mulkey outlined in his case report. I do want to thank him for thinking about this and thinking about how our city is continuing to redevelop, and I hope my fellow commissioners will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, commissioners? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Commissioners, let's go back to the plat. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Popkin is back in the chamber. Let's go back to case number 16 on page 5, Z212-180. I think Mr. Bordbar or Ms. Sharesta. There she is. Good evening.
Oh, here. Okay. Item number 16 is 212-180. It is an application to create one 0.569 acre lot from a tract of land in City Block 971 on property located between Noble Avenue and Oak Grove Avenue, north of Hall Street. This request was held under advisement by City Plan Commission on May 19, 2022 to June 16, 2022. And per paving and drainage, condition number 15 to be changed to read as determination of dimension of additional easement adjacent to Noble Avenue is required prior to submittal of the final plat for the chairman's signature. Thank you. And the staff recommendation is approval subject to compliance with the conditions listed in the docket and as amended at the hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Resta. Commissioners, questions for staff? Commissioner Bingstead.
Well, I think she just said that it was, I understood that there were some changes to the conditions. Were all of those read into the record?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Okay, we'll go to our one richest speaker, Mr. Page. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Shadid and Commissioners. My name is Tony Page, 3210 Carlisle Street, Dallas, representing the Uptown Neighborhood Association and the Oak Grove Condominiums, the only property directly abutting the applicant's site. Our concern today relates to the insufficient Noble Avenue right-of-way dedication at proposed condition number 15. The staff report correctly notes the site zoning as PD 193 LC, which is a non-residential subdistrict. One of the site's perimeter streets is Noble Avenue, which meets the definition of a minor street at section 193.104A17 because it is not designated in the city's thoroughfare plan. Noble Avenue is indicated on the submitted plat as having a current right-of-way of 20 feet. However, the minimum right-of-way requirement for a minor street in a non-residential subdistrict is 50 feet, as detailed at PD 193.131A1. Therefore, the right-of-way of Noble Avenue, a perimeter street, is substandard. When the right-of-way of a perimeter street is substandard, 51A.8.602C1E requires the applicant dedicate one half of the entire right-of-way requirement, which will be 25 feet, not the 20 feet proposed in condition 15. Separately, 51A.8.504B requires that blocks must be designed to provide for safe and convenient access and circulation. PD 193.131A2 specifies a minimum pavement width of 30 feet, with the applicant's share being 15 feet. The street design manual, which serves to ensure safe, comfortable, and sustainable access and circulation for everyone, including pedestrians, establishes the minimum criteria to satisfy this requirement. Section 4.3 of the manual mandates that in a mixed-use area, a minimum 12.5-foot wide pedestrian zone is required to accommodate buffer and sidewalk. Adding the 12.5-foot wide pedestrian zone to one half the minimum pavement width, 15 feet, equates to a 27.5-foot dedication requirement, not 20 feet. Minor streets must be designed in accordance with the street design manual per 51A 8.604C. Because this replat fails to comply with the 51A 8.602 C1E minimum right-of-way requirement and fails to satisfy the 51A 8.504B block configuration requirement, we respectfully suggest that the Commission must either deny the request or amend the Condition 15 right-of-way dedication requirement to the legally required minimum of 27.5 feet. We also note the Commission is unable to waive the minimum right-of-way requirement because it fails to satisfy all 5 conditions outlined at 51A.8.602C3. In other words, there is no discretion. We further note that under 51A 8.403A3A, the Commission cannot hold the application over and is therefore required to make a decision at today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this matter? Good evening.
Good evening, members of the Dallas City Plan Commission. Suzanne Kedron, 2323 Ross Avenue. Since you last heard this case, my colleague Jonathan Vincent presented it a few weeks ago. We have worked with staff, and we are in support of the new language, which reads, determination of type and dimension of additional easement adjacent to Noble is required prior to the submittal of final plat for the chairman's signature. What we're trying to accomplish here is parity with a lot directly across the street. I have some handouts if you're interested in them. At the corner of Hall and Noble directly across, there was a similarly situated lot that allowed the sidewalk and utility easement to suffice to create the same condition along Noble Avenue. So we are in agreement with the staff recommended condition.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this item? Commissioners, questions for our speakers? Commissioner Kingston.
Yeah. 2 things. 1, I would like to see the handout that you have. And 2, I would like for Mr. Page to cite the provisions. He was talking so fast, I wanted to take a second look at what he had mentioned.
Sure, thank you. The code, which section would you like me to discuss? I can I'll get into the minimum right-of-way dedication, which is 51A 8.602 C1E. C1E is in Edward.
And that requires 25 feet?
Correct. The way it's phrased is it requires the applicant to dedicate 1/2 of the entire right-of-way requirement, and the entire right-of-way requirement is found in PD 193, and that minimum right-of-way requirement is 50 feet. So 1/2 of 50 feet is 25 feet. So that's one of the tests that they're failing, and there's no discretion allowed under the code the way I read it. It's an absolute requirement. And then there's a second test that they were failing, which is at 51A 8.504B, which requires blocks to be designated to provide for safe and convenient access and circulation. And so to look at what the safe and convenient access and circulation is, you have to add 2 dimensions. The first is the minimum pavement width, which is specified in PD 193 of 30 feet. And then you have to look at the street design manual for the pedestrian zone, which they state for a mixed-use area has to be a minimum of 12.5 feet wide. And Section 51A 8.604C states that minor streets must be designed in accordance with the street design manual. So there's no discretion, there's no ability to say, well, there's somebody down the street that did it this way or that way. It's crystal clear. It's the dimensions are all spelled out, and the greater of the 2 dimensions here is 27.5 feet, which is the sum of 1/2 of the minimum pavement width plus the 12.5-foot wide pedestrian zone. And in addition to these items, the City Council has repeatedly, by matter of official resolution, adopted stated the Complete Streets Design Manual should be a policy guide for decisions like this. And they just last week adopted Vision Zero, which also reinforces this, and the consistent message from City Council being communicated via the Complete Streets Design Manual, Vision Zero, and the updated Street Design Manual is the importance of providing safe and convenient access and circulation for everybody, not just motor vehicles, but pedestrians and bicyclists as well. And the dimensions are spelled out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rubin.
Yeah, this is actually for Ms. Shrestha. I hope it's okay. Can you put up the language that you read in to the record at the podium? I just need to put eyes on it to kind of wrap my head around all of this.
Sure.
Don't do that, you know.
Presentation slides. Yeah, can you all see the screen?
We can.
So, per paving and drainage, this condition number 15 has been revised, and it read as determination of dimension of additional easement adjacent to Noble Avenue is required prior to the submittal of the final plat for the chairman's signature.
I guess this is for Ms. Kedron. So what I understand from your handout is you're seeking the same treatment as the property across Noble Avenue.
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Page brings up some questions about just provisions of the code that he describes as mandatory and says that staff's recommendation, I'm not sure if it's the original one or the one that's been updated, doesn't comply with those mandatory provisions. How do you respond to that?
Well, what this condition does is allow some flexibility for those items to be hashed out as we move forward.
Is it too crass to say it kicks the can down the road?
No, sir, I don't believe so. I believe that we've had this plat pending and we're trying to move the development forward. We're prepared to comply with the provisions that are in the code, and this just says that the final determination will be decided prior to the signature for the final plat. Up and down Noble, there's inconsistent treatment of how it's handled. We're not objecting to the fact that there needs to be right-of-way. We're not objecting to the fact that there needs to be a sidewalk along with the required green space. It's in how you label those things because it determines where the setback is measured from, whether it's a street easement or a utility easement or a sidewalk easement. The other thing that Mr. Page brought up was that the site, regarding access to the site has 3 front yards essentially, Noble, Hall, and then over on I'm sorry, the other street escapes me, but it has 3 front yards, so there is ample circulation to the site. I mean, we're going to meet with all the conditions of the code.
Okay, I guess I'll bounce back to Mr. Page then. Mr. Page, I'm not sure if you saw this new language from staff until it was just read into the record and put up on the screen. What are your thoughts on this revised?
I have 2 thoughts. Number one, at the last hearing, the applicant's representative told the commission that he would reach out to the neighborhood and to me prior to this hearing. He failed to do so. Second, this language appears to circumvent the clear intent of both the municipal code and state law, which requires a determination on this replat request has to be made today because you can only hold it for 30 days. And the calculation is very simple and straightforward. It's in the code. You've got to sum 2 numbers. And I've provided the citations. If the applicant's representative had reached out to me, as he promised to do at the last hearing, this could have been resolved prior to having to do this in front of the horseshoe and wasting everybody's time.
Any other questions, commissioners, for our speakers?
I've got a chair.
Please, Commissioner Popkin.
Mr. Page, I have a question about where in PD 193 you were making references.
Sure. The minimum right-of-way requirement and the minimum pavement are both in the same section. They're at 193, section 131A, 1 and 2. So it's 131A.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kingston.
Yes. And I'm not, this may be something Mr. Page can answer, or if not, maybe the applicant can answer, but it's my understanding that I'm not looking at the lot across the street, I'm looking at the adjacent lot along Noble, and that it has a 30-foot setback. I'm not setback, right of way. And that the applicant originally, I guess, was asking for 20 feet, now it's some undetermined number. Can either one of you address that?
I can address, which lot are you referring to specifically? Are you talking about one on the same side of the street or across the street?
The same side of the street.
Okay, referring to the older condominium complex in the middle or the newer multifamily that's at the corner of Lemon and Noble?
Well, how about both of them?
Okay, so I'll address both of them. So this is a short block, and on this side of the street, there are 3 properties, including this one. The one in the middle was built in 1981, so it predates the code, and it's a condominium complex. So there's a bunch of residents live, and that's the association I represented. When that site is replatted, they will have to follow the code, just as the applicant in this case should be required to, because the code is crystal clear. When you replat, then if they choose to replat, then they would have to follow the Chapter 51A. The property on the far side of that, when you go past that one at the corner, you will see a setback. It doesn't appear to be set back as far as, or they dedicated right-of-way, not as much as I've calculated here. I don't know why that was a lesser amount. It's certainly, significant. But I would point out also that the Complete Streets Design Manual and the Street Paving Manual have both been updated since that case was decided, and with increasing attention put on pedestrians and awareness of the pedestrian safety issue. And so both of those, so because of that, the dimensions related to pedestrian circulation have been increased. And so that may account for the difference between why the 27.5-foot setback that I've calculated is greater than the setback or the dedication that Leon Capital is required to give at that site. And then if you go across the street where Ms. Kedron mentioned, that property didn't go through a replat. They just built as of right. So because they went as of right, they didn't have to dedicate right away. If the applicant chooses not to replat, they don't have to dedicate right-of-way.
Thank you.
If I may, I do actually have the plat for that. I only have one copy. Happy to hand that out as well. We also have visuals up and down Noble Street. The treatment of Noble Street historically has changed over time. It has been an alley at one point, and recently the determination is that it's a street. But what we're really asking for today is just for the ability to continue to work with staff. All codes will be followed if that's the staff's interpretation of it. But happy to have the plat, and this in fact was replatted. This is the full of what I handed out earlier.
What plat is that?
We also have our engineer too, if you have any questions for him.
You have a question? No? Any other questions for our speakers, commissioners? Questions for staff? Commissioner Rubin?
Yeah, I guess this is for Ms. Pham. Have you reviewed the language that was read into the record and signed off on it?
I have not. And because plats are more technical in engineering, I would defer to Mr. Bordbard and his group in answering any of those technical questions.
Mr. Narvaez, I think you have a comment here. Narvaez. We're ready for you, David. We can't hear you yet. We can't hear you, Mr. Narvaez.
You appear to be muted.
Excuse me, I was muted. And I apologize. I thought I could just be on my way out, and then I heard the case. I was communicating with Mo and Sharila and wanted to clarify that this case has been, this plotting case has been on our desks for years now, and trying to understand what Noble Avenue is. And it has been determined for the longest time through many executive positions that Noble is not a street as defined in the code, and so therefore we can't treat it as with the same standards as the ones that Mr. Page was listing. We want to make sure that there are pedestrian use, and that's exactly what we're doing with the applicant, trying to coordinate dimensions that will work. But we can't remove a chunk of this property to create a half of a road when we know that the opposite side has already gone through review, and at that point the commission already made a decision that this road was not a street and didn't dedicate the amount of space that would be needed for it to function as one. So what we have here is a reduced pavement width, which is not a problem for vehicle access. We have also coordinated with fire, and they understand that this is not a public street that they can count on as having access to emergency. And all we can do is make sure that there is a minimum pavement width to function for two-way traffic, and then the bare minimum sidewalk space to make sure that there's ADA compliance.
We lost you, Mr. Narvaez. Last 30 seconds or so.
Right, alley.
Does that conclude your comments? Thank you.
Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Kingston, do you have a motion?
I do. In the matter of, hold on. S212-180, I move that we close the public record and deny this application for failure to comply with 51A 8.602 C1E, 51A 8.504B, and 51A 8.604C. I've read these provisions in the code, and I think that they're pretty clear. If I have a second, I have some additional comments.
Can I get a second? Motion dies. We do have a second. Commissioner Popkin. Comments? Commissioner Kingston.
Thank you. I don't know where staff has decided that Noble is not a street. It most certainly is a street. It has a name. We don't name alleys. It has addresses that use it as a street. The post office recognizes it as a street. The city has recognized it as a street in a number of other occasions. So the fact that somebody may not have considered it a street in the past, or somebody missed requiring something of another property owner, doesn't mean that we have to continue down that path. This area is developing, and it's developing with a lot of density, and I think it's important that we treat the streets that are over there like streets, and I think that this replat application fails to do that. Secondly, I don't understand why, if we're charged with looking at plats and making determinations about plats, we would allow language in the conditions that allow staff to make those determinations down the road that we don't even ever see. That seems inconsistent. I mean, if we're going to do that, why don't just have the condition say staff will decide what the plat should be before the chair signs off on it, and that's it. I mean, if we're looking at these and we're charged with making sure that these plats comply with our laws, then we ought to have the opportunity to do that. And the language that staff inserted at the last minute that I don't even believe was circulated to us fails to do that. And so I ask that you deny this replat, and I would amend my motion to deny it without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kingston. Commissioner Rubin.
Just a clarifying question, since we really can't do all that much advanced work on these plats because they're quasi-judicial. Can you reread the three code provisions that you say that this did not comply with?
Yes. 51A-8.602 sub C sub 1 sub E. 51A.504 sub B, and 51A 8.604 sub C. C. Oh, 8.604 sub C.
I can say that I share Commissioner Kingston's concern, and I am not an expert on Chapter 212 of the Local Government Code, that we would be deferring our authority to approve plats to staff, especially because this language is not about deferring this to a final plat, and staff determination has not yet deferring this to a final, sorry, it's been a long day, deferring this to a final plat, and I want to make sure that that's something that's actually permissible for us to do under our responsibility as the Plan Commission responsible, or the Zoning Commission responsible for approving plats. And in terms of the three other issues, they're complex technical provisions, I could use another 5 minutes to kind of just wrap my head around this as well. That's where I stand at the moment.
Thank you. Ms. Pham, did you have a comment? No? I thought you wanted to comment or something.
Oh, no, I thought there was a question, but it wasn't a question.
Sure, I'll ask. Are we able, as a zoning commission, subject to our responsibilities under Chapter 212 of the Local Government Code and the City Code, to defer determination of something like this as members of staff and the applicant have proposed, or is that something that's outside of our purview?
Well, that was staff's condition, so they proposed that to meet the code. So,
And you're from the city's attorney's office, and you respectfully are able to, or should help. I'd appreciate it if you could opine on whether that is a permissible decision for us to, a permissible path for us to take as a zoning commission.
well, this commission must approve a subdivision plat if it meets the policies and purposes of Article 8, which include meeting the zoning regulations and all of the plat requirements. But I would defer to staff to really make that determination of whether or not that condition meets the plat requirements. I can't, that's technical language, and I can't give an opinion on that.
And I don't think my concern is whether or not that language meets the plat requirements, but whether or not it's a proper move for us to make to defer that to staff to determine upon the final plat.
I will need some time to think about that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I
Commissioner
ask a
Hampton,
follow-up
please.
of
Please.
Ms. Pham? Ms. Pham, in the event that this was denied by the body, it is recommended for denial without prejudice. Would that allow the time for these questions to be resolved and for a plat to be refiled?
It's not a denial with or without prejudice because it's
Okay,
based
so
off the time. We are the time to approve the plat is about to elapse.
So it just has to be a
straight
denial. So if this body were to deny it, the questions that are before us are answered. Is there anything that would preclude it being refiled?
No, it says that if the commission disapproves a plat application, the applicant may file a resubmission application to correct the reasons for disapproval.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kingston.
I'm not sure if they can do this, but if the applicant wants to request a hold, I would entertain that motion if it's
Unfortunately,
permissible.
I don't think we can hold it because we're up against the time where if we don't pass it now, they just automatically get, the plat gets approved automatically without any conditions at all, in fact.
That was my question, if the applicant can request it. Isn't that what we did last time? I don't know if that is.
Yeah, that's a good question because I'm not sure. Let's ask. If they request that, does that push that timeline back?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that question?
Pardon me?
Was that a question?
My question was, if the applicant was inclined to request that we hold this again to work out these last issues, could we do that without it being considered an automatic approval?
They, pursuant to state law, they can only extend the 30-day period for a period not to exceed 30 days, I believe, once. It doesn't say multiple times.
Okay.
And they already did that last month.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner Anderson.
Could staff potentially pull it as opposed to us? No?
I'll let staff answer that, but I believe the answer is no, but we'll let staff answer that. I believe once it's filed, it starts the clock. And then if we don't pass it, please. Is that Ms. Sharista?
Yes, we cannot at this point of time.
Thank you. 7:22, Commissioners. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, Commissioners, it is 7:35 p.m. and we're back on the record. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? We do have a quorum. Ms. Pham.
I have an answer.
Please.
That is the proposed condition made by staff is something that this commission cannot consider and cannot accept. So the two options is to proceed with the motion for denial, or if this commission were to approve, it would not include that condition that was proposed by staff.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioners, we have a motion by Commissioner Kingston, seconded by Commissioner Popkin, to deny the application. Any further comments or discussion? Commissioner Rubin.
I just have one more thing I need to wrap my head around, and that's Mr. Navarez's comment that this is not a street. I don't know if he's still on or he may be commuting home at this point to see his lovely children, which I'm jealous of. But maybe Ms. Shrester, Mr. Boardbar can speak to how we deal with these three provisions that are listed in Commissioner Kingston's motion when something is not considered a street under whatever legal authority there is.
I believe those section code needs to be reviewed by our paving and drainage. The cladding staff, we won't be, we are not expertise on those comments, so I won't be able to comment on this section code.
Well, all right. So just to confirm, that's not something that you or Mr. Boardbar can speak to. It would have to be someone from engineering or maybe someone, sorry to say this, but the city's attorney's office.
One second. I believe Mr. Neveras, he would like to, he can listen, but he cannot speak, so.
So 8.602C1E states when subcentered right-of-way exists based on this article for a perimeter minor street, sufficient right-of-way must be dedicated to meet half of the right-of-way requirement. So is what Mr. Nevers is saying is this would not apply because based on what he's saying, this is not a street?
Correct.
And similarly, 8.604C provides criteria for a minor street, so he would come to the same conclusion there because it's inapplicable because it's not a street.
And I'm sorry, so I do have some something from Mr. Neveras because he is able to listen to this hearing, but he's not able to speak. But I can relay his information if I can.
Please.
Mm-hmm. So his points are, there is not enough space for it to be a street. The second point is, nothing requires the road to be a street. In fact, at one point of time, it was deemed an alley. So he has some justification based on the dimension of the plat from the opposite side, which is on the across the Novel Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, there's 51A 8.504B, which does not refer to a street. It just says that block length and width must be designed to accommodate the type of use anticipated and must provide for safe and convenient access and circulation. So that would apply to a road even if it's not a street, correct?
Yes, correct. And also I would like to add another point that Mr. Navarraz is writing here. So he's saying the opposite plat, which is across the Novel Street, the plat already set and precedent. The commission already approved the plat across the street without meeting the street dimensions. So that's just the history of the plat which was approved across the Novel Avenue. So we are just mirroring the dimension. So whatever it happened in the across the street, so we are asking the same requirement for this request.
Okay. That leads me to a couple follow-up questions, and I appreciate you for bearing with me here because it's quasi-judicial and I want to get it right. Is there a provision of the code that says that these requirements get thrown out the window once we've done something on the other side of the street and we've set a precedent?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You referred to setting a precedent by doing something on the other side of the street. Is there something in the code that says once we set a precedent by doing something on the other side of the street, these requirements no longer apply and that precedent trumps whatever else the code provides for?
Actually, staff is trying to apply the same requirement on the both sides of the street and just accommodate a functional dimension.
I mean, I get why it might make good sense to do the same thing on both sides of the street. I'm just trying to figure out what our legal basis for that would be. Finally, one other question going in a different direction. Mr. Page, when he was talking about 8.504B, referred to the language providing for safe and convenient access and circulation, referring back to the design manual. Is that a correct understanding? Do we need to look at the design manual to determine whether 8.504B is met?
Mm-hmm. No, because it's not a standard street, so it don't have to meet the street manual guidelines. I've been told from the paving and drainage.
So the design manual only applies to streets, not roads. Is that right?
Yes, since it's not a standard street, so it don't have to meet those street standard requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, since it is showing that it's a public right-of-way, is there evidence of it being dedicated that would then identify it as a street? Because typically when we subdivide parcels and there is a street, we have to dedicate that street to the city. So is there evidence of a dedication?
So according to Mr. Navarraz, we never found record of it ever labeled as a street.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have some questions.
Please, Commissioner Kingston.
Okay. Can staff explain to me why the following sources list Noble Avenue as a street? Dallas County Appraisal District property map, the official City of Dallas zoning map, the official City of Dallas Department of Public Works map, the City of Dallas thoroughfare plan indicates Noble Avenue as a city street, the signage label Noble Avenue, as a street. In other words, the street is actually labeled as a street. We don't label alleys. The post office uses it and includes it in their interactive national map dated September 1st of 2017. And the fact that City of Dallas Ordinance number 29504 consistently references Noble Avenue as a city street throughout that ordinance, which I believed was passed in 2015. The development plan incorporated into Division S-108, Part 2, Article 193, lists Noble Avenue as a city street, as does the landscaping plan in Article in PD 193. All right, and I just want to make it clear that I'm aware of Noble Avenue being treated as a city street because this was discussed at length during a prior zoning case regarding this property.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Pacina stepped out. There she is. We'll take a recorded vote, Commissioners. We have a motion by Commissioner Kingston, second by Commissioner Pompkin to close the public hearing and not follow staff recommendation, but rather deny the application. Ms. Pacina.
Yes, sir. District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3? Vacant. District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
No.
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 No, and Ms. Pacina, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
District 13? Gone. Absent. District 14? And place 15?
No.
Motion fails.
Yes.
Can I get another motion?
I don't have another motion to make.
Okay. Commissioner
I'll
Ray.
make a motion in the matter of S212-180. I move that we close the public hearing and follow staff's recommendation of approval subject to compliance with conditions listed in the docket, not those read into the record at the public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for your motion. Commissioner Houserath for your second. All those in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry, comment?
I guess just to explain my rationale after what I learned from Mr. Neverez about what the status of Noble as a street versus a road, and after reviewing the applicable code provisions, I reluctantly, even though it's very confusing, I think that staff's or these proposed conditions, condition 15, is the right interpretation under the applicable law and code provisions.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. Any other comments? Please, Commissioner Kingston.
Yeah, I don't think staff gets to have the right to decide when streets are streets and when they're not streets. I don't think staff have the authority to decide that Noble Avenue is not a street.
Commissioner Popkin.
I'd just like to add to the record, too, that I think attention to the right-of-way in this neighborhood in particular is very important with all the density that's being built in Uptown, especially with the right-of-way matching uses on adjacent properties. I think this is really important, and I see no reason to think of this street as anything other than a street. For all of the reasons listed by Commissioner Kingston, I don't understand why this right-of-way should not be held to the standards in the code.
Thank you. Commissioner Houseright.
I don't think this vote is saying that this is not a street. I think this vote is saying that we have an applicant willing to work with staff to do the right thing. My experience with streets, with utilities, with easements is they're very, very complex systems. They take a lot of work and a lot of coordination to resolve and arrive at an answer. And those answers and that process does not take place at a horseshoe like this. It takes place with engineers and planners working through technical issues and not plan commissioners working around a horseshoe. So I think we've got the right approach here, and I think we've got an applicant that's been very clear about their willingness to do the right thing and work on this. So I'm quite comfortable with this revised motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 2 in opposition, Popkin and Kingston. Motion passes. The second was Commissioner Houseright. Commissioners, let's keep moving to our Development Code Amendment. Good evening, Ms. Levy. You're still muted. Can't hear you yet. No. Can somebody from staff please read it into the record? Please, Ms. Yawn. Ms. Pacina.
Andrea, read it.
Can do it. It's just the Development Code Amendment, correct?
Correct.
I'm here. I'll take it. DCA 212005, consideration of amending the definitions of bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom in the Dallas Development Code. Staff recommendation is approval as briefed with ZOAC recommendation. Zoning Ordinance Advisory Committee recommendation is approval with stipulations.
Thank you, Ms. Woodard. Commissioners, any last questions on this item? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, Commissioner Hampton, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case number DCA 212-005, I move to close the public hearing and approve the code recommended amendments, proposed amendments per page 17 of the case report as recommended by staff and Zoning Ordinance Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much for your motion, Commissioner Hampton. Commissioner Blair for your second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The record reflect that Commissioner Kingston has a conflict on the authorization of a hearing and is packing up very quickly to step out of the chamber. Have a good evening.
Oh my God.
Okay, we're ready.
Monique, are you ready?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can, but we can't see you.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on one second. I'm sorry. Can you see me? I'm sorry. It's a little strange. I'm having a technical problem. Give me 1 second, and I think I'll have it resolved right quick. All right. Thank you. Authorization of a hearing. Consideration.
We still cannot see you, Monique.
Okay, you can't see me? Can you see me now?
Not yet.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. I can read.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Consideration, so we have authorization of a hearing. Consideration of authorizing a public hearing to determine the proper zoning on properties located in an area bounded by South Marsalis Avenue on the east, Jefferson Boulevard on the northeast, South Beckley Avenue to the west, and IH 35E to the southeast. The area of request contains approximately 6.64 acres. Consideration is to be given to appropriate zoning for the area to include, but not limited to, use, development standards, and other appropriate regulations. This is a hearing to consider the request to authorize the hearing and not the rezoning of the property at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Udrea. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this item? Commissioner Popkin.
Yes, the property owners have come to the conclusion that this area needs to be zoned with some consistent zoning. It's right on the edge of the new Southern Gateway Deck Park being built right now, and I really feel like the reason I feel like this is really important is it could be a very important connector between that Southern Gateway Deck Park, Jefferson Boulevard, and the Bishop Arts District. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Popkin, do you have a motion?
Yes, in the matter of this public hearing as read into the record, I make a motion that we authorize this hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Popkin, for your motion. Commissioner Rubin for your second to authorize the hearing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Commissioners, several other matters. We begin with some announcements. Ms. Udrea.
Thank you, Chair Shedid. Yes, I do have a few housekeeping logistical items I wanted to inform the Commission. I would say probably starting next Commission meeting, we would like to start broadcasting live the briefing sessions as well. As of now, since I've been here, the briefings are just recorded via WebEx. They are not placed on the website. You can watch them live via WebEx, but not on the channel on our website. So we would like to start broadcasting them. Therefore, the entire video for the entire, usually 10 to 12-hour meeting is going to be available to the public on the website. So I wanted to make an announcement and see if we're all in agreement with that. And then thank you for a lovely meeting. Thank you for the discussion. It was very meaningful. I wanted to appreciate your very deep conversations and questions for today. And then I also wanted to announce you that you're going to probably, or you already started receiving some emails from Yolanda. We have an upcoming APA state conference. Let us know if you're interested. We set up a year subscription for Planetizen for a training for boards and commissions. It is for all of you, but we're going to have to start it, and keep in mind that the second it starts, the clock starts, so we're going to have for you to agree when are we starting it. It is to be done individually at the end of the, I think it's 7 or 9 sessions, so it's a long training. It's divided in smaller sessions. You get a certificate at the end. We'll ask you to return it to us. And then there was another training opportunity organized by COG somewhere in South Lake. If you want to participate to that, there's an opportunity to mingle with our other boards and commissioners in the Metroplex. Maybe you want to consider that as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Udrea. Any questions on the announcements, Commissioners? A couple of other items. Commissioners, just for the record, the ZOAC meeting on June 23rd did not make it to this docket. Just stating that for the record, ZOAC voted, I believe, because this meeting was missed because of the bus tour, They added the meeting on the 23rd. I believe the agenda for that item should be online sometime today. And then also just a heads up that the order of the docket is going to change. In fact, it's going to change dramatically on July 21st. And look for an email next week with the new order, and we'll try to let all the people that are here know that the order is going to change, and that, in fact, the zoning cases will now be moved to the front when hopefully we are more fresh. And with that, no appointments today. Can I have a motion for the minutes of June 2nd?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Rue, and thank you, Commissioner Blair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, it is 8 p.m. exactly. Our meeting is... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see those. Can I get a motion for the May 19th? Thank you, Commissioner Blair and Commissioner Rubin, for your second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We are adjourning. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Long day, 8:01 p.m. Our meeting is adjourned. Drive safely.